Oh, hello. Hi, Sleazy. All right, so we are jumping back into Virche Evermore. I have, let's see, 9:30, 10:30, about 4 hours I can play. I'm hoping that's enough for us to finish all of Virche and get all the pictures, finish all the storyline. We have 2 salvation endings to go, and then there's more under Adolphe and Ankou's lines, which part of me thinks it's if you only do the things that Ankou likes or only the things Adolphe like, maybe you get a different ending. Which, maybe. So, is that new art? Where? The starting soon screen? I haven't had anything new. Let's see. I break everything. All right, so we're going to do Sheen's story next because we're doing this in the order that we played the OG. Your start screen when you started the stream. I've never seen that one before. Bunny? That is Bunny. This one? Or do you mean this one? That's got Bunny on it. Oh, you're used to seeing a bunny. You mean, so this is my mascot, but the bunny's not on her head. This one has the bunny on her head. That's Chomper. He's not always on her head, though. Oh God, does this matter? Will I not get salvation if I choose the wrong one? I'm not looking at the oh God, what's the word? The guide I had last time, so I'm just gonna wing it. Usually it just has to do with the licorice, the thingamabob. Put them on the bookshelf, leave them alone. If you don't, he kicks you out. So come on, I know what to do. He likes to be focused when he's working. If you bother him, he does not like it. That's pretty much it. That's the one rule with Sheen. Leave him alone. Let's see. Next choice. Oh God, I don't remember. They both sound similar is the problem. Nope. I still love this because you can barely see a puzzle there. Like, it doesn't really look like he's working on a puzzle. Also, this is the most uncomfortable position to relax in. Like, your arms start to hurt. My back usually starts hurting when I sit like that. I haven't sat like that since I was a kid, and even then I hated it. All right. I like when it's obvious when I remember.
実験が始まったら俺は手を離せん。この施設についてわからないことがあれば今のうちに聞いて。
I'm pretty sure this is just learning things and it doesn't affect the story, but we're gonna find out.
ああ、大量の数字が羅列されている光の柱のことか。あれはあれは被験体の脳から記憶を引き出す。 理解したか？
Get started.
まず
I
は
thought
バー
I
ジョン
hit
アップしたシステム。
skip. But the problem is I've got all the choices. I felt scared. Nope, load it again. If he's not satisfied, we don't do it. Sheen, my husband, yeah. I was worried he didn't say anything yet. I was like, I don't know, she might miss it. The one she's been waiting for, the salvation. All right, and then tonight I have plans in the afternoon, which is why I have like 4 hours I can play right now. But I might just do a what's the word? A stream where I'm testing things. So I want to get all my things to work on this. Streamlabs is really easy to use. Everything pops up pretty easily. On this, you kind of have to almost code it into it, but I've had less issues with OBS since I started using OBS in terms of like my streams dying. It has died once, but Streamlabs dies constantly. And when it dies on here, like when it goes down, it tells me. I was trying to grab more covers on my bed. I start sneezing so much. Oh no. Actually, I have a blanket. It's like not bear fur, but like I compare it to bear. It's so warm that I had to stop using it during the summer, and I just finally pulled it back out again because I'm like, it's time. I'm finally cold yet. I haven't decided yet. Oh God. Let's see. Also, I bothered my friend yesterday because she also plays the Tomy games. This is the game I'm going to start for December. It's Winter's Wish. I asked her if I could steal her copy because I know she bought it. Me and her both ordered it at the same time, and then I canceled mine because I was like, I'll just borrow yours. And then I just kept not borrowing it. She didn't leave her cards in here. She thought I was going to steal her cards. But that's what the inside looks like if you haven't seen this one yet. This one is 1716 Kyoto era Japan. A secret organization recruits a young woman. Her abilities to sense oncoming disaster could save the country from demonic forces or destroy it. So very Paradigm Paradox meets, honestly, this game. It's starting to get really cold. I'm so not in the mood to get a cold. I don't want to get sick again. Yeah. Like where I'm at, it's Arizona, and it takes a really long time for it to get cold. It just now finally got cold here. All right, I saved because I don't actually know. I haven't decided yet. I thought so. He likes you to be a little more decisive. You saw 3 routes in Winter's Wish you really like. I haven't looked too much into it. Based on this picture on the back cover alone, I think I like the guy that has his hair in a ponytail and is wearing a black robe. I also like this one on the end that has like brown hair. He's like right up here in the top corner. Oh God, there he is. Can you see him? My nails look like a child's right now because I took my acrylics off. And it looks like the one here on the bottom is supposed to be the main love interest. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, this is what I'm going to be playing after this one. I was hoping I could even start today. Part of me almost wanted to play last night just so I could try to beat this. But I also got home from work and I was dying. It was already 10 o'clock. I look up to you. He doesn't care that you're mother's friend. So we're going to start that one in December since today's the 30th. And so hopefully I'll have this finished. I need to try and finish it before Christmas because we have a Christmas party me and my friends host, and I told her I'd give it back to her on Christmas. I also stole one of her amiibo cards a long time ago for Animal Crossing so I could get a character on my island, and I never even used it, and it's just in my amiibo card collection right now. So I told her to give her that back, and then she said, "That's cool. I'll give you back your Demon Slayer books," which means I'll finally have Demon Slayer back here with my statues because he was always supposed to have them right behind them, but I let her borrow them. And honestly, I think it's been a year, if I'm being real. I even had another friend who wanted to borrow them, but oh, Demon Slayer. I could tell a god was about to be born. What? The security system unlocked and the door I tried to block slammed open, blowing back the barricade. Okay. This is the problem with having to get the salvation routes after you've played through all the game. Sheen was trying to do another reliver for himself because his body was almost 23 years old, if I remember correctly. And the Royal Guard and Dahat were trying to overthrow him right now. Like, they already said that Dahat was the new director. They were just waiting for Sheen to get fired or deaded. If I recall. So I think this is the part where she had barricaded the room so that no one could get in, so that he could become a reliver, and she's trying to stop them from coming in. I think. All right. And scene. The security system unlocked and the door I tried to block slammed open, blowing back the barricade. I moved back before the devices fell where I stood. Sheen! The way I prefer to get the salvation endings after the bad endings, I don't remember anything. Yeah, the only thing is, I could understand them doing this in a game like this if the salvation endings had spoilers for, like, the main story. Like, if, let's say, I got the salvation ending for Mathis, and in that story, you find out that Ankou is Adolphe. That's a big spoiler. And that would ruin Adolphe's story. But that's not what happened. Also, you didn't find out any of the other information in that story either. And then in Lucas's story, it pretty much happened exactly the same way in his route. Like, nothing different happened. So I don't know why they're like, we're going to save the... I won't even call them the good endings. Lucas's ending was terrible. I felt Lucas's ending should have had a diversion before Nadia got turned into a literal monster, because their salvation ending would have made so much heartfelt, more warm. Because, like, I'm not over Lucas's bad ending, because it's not even salvation to me. I felt like salvation would have been if they found out what was going to happen before Nadia got kidnapped by Capuchin, and instead she ends up with Nadia, and Lucas can still die. He can die, that's fine. But, like, all three of them die and she commits suicide after friggin' Ankou went through hell for 600 years just to try to save her life. She's like, I'm just gonna die now. There is so many people you will meet in your life. Like, your very first love is not necessarily going to be your last love. You can fall in love with someone and they could be the person you're with for the rest of your life, but she is 18 years old. She's literally choosing death at 18 because the guy she has a crush on, because let's be real, died in her arms, and his sister died. Like, no, there was nothing like, okay about that. I hated it. It's also, if you've watched Demon Slayer, I also hate the end of Demon Slayer for a very similar-ish reason. Because I'm like, this is not a good ending. This is not what I want to see. This is not how... All right, Sheen. The person we were fighting found his way inside. Dahat was leading the Institute's guards and Royal Guard to stop us, but it was too late. Welcome, everyone. A new reliver has been born. I quietly moved aside and behind
遅かっ
me.
たな、ダハト。
It took a while, Dahat. He's still got beautiful eyes. Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot he took a heart out of a clone and put it in this one. Okay, I just remembered. He's trying to get Dahat on his side. So he created a reliver body that can feel emotions. That's what had happened. And so he was trying, because he knew that just saying he did it wouldn't be enough. He had to show them. The new Sheen Brophy was sitting boldly upon his research devices as if it were a throne of wisdom. On the floor was several bodies that looked like Sheen, with their chest carved out. This current Sheen's chest bore rushed incision marks and a heart pulsing underneath. Seeing himself, to hot face suddenly went
これ
pale.
はまさか新たなメモリー。
Don't tell me. A new memory
ご
bank?
名答。お前がすぐには実現不可能だと語っていたメモリーの増強をつい先
He's
ほど
so
自分の肉
freaking
体に戻し
cocky. The memory enhancement that was impossible in your hands was applied to me only moments
手順
ago.
自体は単純だ。メモリーのメイン部分を切り取り
He
連
does
結さ
look
せた上
hot.
で
Sheen
ベー
is
スの
just
心臓に組み込む
very attractive. And I know it's sometimes considered a red flag, but I like his neck tattoo. Honestly, I liked Mathis's tattoo on his shoulder. That was really cute. The process was rather simple. I removed the main memory component and transferred them to my new
複
heart.
数の他者の心臓をつなぎ合わせることで不具合が起きるのならば自分自身のリライバーを複数生み出せばいいだけのこと。
Seems like a waste, if I'm being real. You could probably make a thing where it just makes cocky and hot. It's true. Two things can be true. If connecting hearts from multiple sources causes a bug, we simply need to create multiples of the same person. In other words, he created an artificial heart.
でもそれだとメモリーの容量が増えるだけで感情は消滅してしまいます。
That only increases the memory while the person's emotions
い
disappear.
や、それならすでに蘇らせた。
But I revived my emotion.
な、
What?
メモリーの増強手術は記憶のダウンロードまで済ませた状態で行った。
I operated on increasing the memory after I downloaded my
つまり
memories.
その際に全てのクローン体が受けた痛みも苦しみも生きたまま自身に結合している。
In other words, the pain and suffering that the clone bodies experienced while they were alive were transferred to
そ
me.
んな全員分の痛みを一気に受けたらショック死してもおかしくないですよ。
Impossible. Bearing the pain from all of them would kill you from
そう
shock.
俺はその衝撃を利用させてもらった。
I literally said yesterday I wasn't going to do the next route because I figured that Sheen's route would be a lot of scientific explanations, and I'm so right. I made the right choice. I feel like I'm in school and I don't understand. I took advantage of that
手
shock.
術時に受けた痛みを与えることでかつてオリジナルが所有していたであろう感情を神としての感覚を無理やり蘇らせる。
Also, I just realized something. Last time they showed someone being revived, they had clothes on. And I was like, oh, well, I guess the clothes revive with them. He's naked. He's naked. By inflicting pain during the operation, I forcibly revived the same emotions from my original body into my new body as a god. Yet he still has earrings and his hair pulled up.
いわゆるショック療法というやつだな。
Call it shock therapy, if you will.
そんなことが可
That's
能なんて。
impossible. Yay! Naked!
俺ならできる。いや、もう実践済みだ。
Not to me. I'm living proof of it. Zahat looked at the results that he spent years in pursuit of, having been achieved in a short span of time. He fell to his knees. The god looked down at him.
さあ見ろダハド。これがお前たちが長年求め、渇望した。
Okay, so, but earrings are similar to scars. And he shouldn't have any earrings in right after cloning himself. Unless he's so hardcore. He instinctively, after coming back to life, went to his old body and ripped his earrings out and shoved them into his new body just so he could look cool right now. And I could call that canon because he is cocky in more ways than one. Now behold, Ahat, this is what you and your team sought for years.
この国で初めて全ての感情を引き継いだ。 リライバーだ。
I am the first reliver in this country to retain my emotions without fail. I can imagine him doing that. I mean, it's gotta be. He also put the hair tie in. Another thing too, hair isn't alive, right? Like once it's down, this is not alive. So it's like a memory of his hairstyle also has to be transferred. Because it'd be really cute, honestly, if right now he had just really long hair that has to get styled still. Despite being open to attack, Tahat and the soldiers didn't move. Rather, they couldn't. They knew simply by looking at his eyes that the person in front of them wasn't just a person calling himself a god anymore. The existence they beheld was trying to enter a new realm beyond that of a mere mortal.
ああ、頭が冴える。今の俺ならいかなる真理にでもたどり着けそうだ。
Everything is clear in my mind. I feel like I can come to a new truth right
あと一歩足
now.
りなかった時間と可能性をバカにしてきた感情とともに
I finally
俺は得た。
gained the time I desired along with the possibilities and emotions that I scoffed at before. But the research and experiment he conducted for his reliver technology wasn't in vain.
生身の人間や最初期の脆いリライバーでは今の解剖作業を完遂する前に死んでいただろう。
Normal humans and early reliver models aren't able to survive the dissection process I went
随
through.
分と遠回りをしたものだが成果が残るというのはいいものだな。
I took a very roundabout way, but it feels good to finally see results. Sheen was able to bear the operation that he conducted on his own body because of the pain and suffering he went through. Here, Sheen stood from the device and took the lab coat that I was holding for him. That's all he's gonna have on. If he has clothes on besides the lab coat, He spread his lab coat and put it on. He then looked at Tahat sitting on the floor, then at the soldiers and researchers looking on before taking a deep breath.
俺が逃げのためにクローン体を
That's
作
not a
る。
lab coat, that's an outfit.
これが最後だ。バックアップなど不要。
Hola. You are the most genius scientist in all the world. I'll give that to you. The only thing is, I also thought this in the good ending of the game, is that wouldn't he still use reliver technology so he could be reborn again and again and again? Only so that his knowledge... Can he be half naked? Imagine if he was half naked and in this pose that he loves to stand in. It would be a bare bottom. Just saying. This is the last clone I'll make to escape from death. I have no need for a backup now.
残り23年。いや、そんなにいらんな。俺の雑用係が死ぬまでの数年の間で、この
Well,
国
don't
を
bring me
蝕む
into
呪いの
this.
時、
In
国
23
民を救っ
years.
てみせよ。
No. Sooner, I'll find the truth behind the curse of this country and save it before my maid dies.
それまではメモリーの増強も一般化し、感情も引き継げるようにしてやる。
Until then, I will white paper the memory enhancing process so that emotions can be transferred for everyone. He spread his arms wide as a challenge to death.
そして、解くのは呪いだけじゃない。こいつが死神と呼ばれるゆえんも、この俺が突き止めてみせる。
Sheen, you mean your future wife? Nah, it's his maid. He likes to say, hands off my maid all the time. I will not only get rid of the curse, I will also find out why Lee is called Death. The reason for that was twofold. He proclaimed with excitement an emotion he didn't have before as his voice got
なん
louder.
せ俺が困るからな。根性ではこれから死神に初恋をし、老いるまで共にいる予定だからな。
After all, I would be inconvenienced. My plan is to fall in love with Death and live with her until we die of old
ちなみ
age.
に子供は最低でも2人作るつもりでいる。
I also plan on having at least 2 children.
はい
What? Sheen? This proclamation changed into something I didn't expect at all. Sheen disregarded me and I went completely red. He disregarded you, his future wife, the mother of his kids. and called out the Hot's name, who was looking on in
だ
shock.
からダハト、こちらにつけ。俺はお前を評価している。
Which is why, the Hot, you are to side with me. This is how much value I see in you. Of course, he already made his move to end the conflict with the royal family. The Hot!
何ですか？今ちょっと結構真面目な雰囲気で忙しいんですけど。
What now? I'm a little busy here trying to follow all your moods. The researchers barged into the room as everyone stood confused by the situation. Beads of sweat were rolling down his face.
ここでの会話がなぜか研究所内に放送されていて、
The conversation here was being transmitted throughout the
研
institute.
究員全員が混乱状態に陥っています。
Everything's being thrown into chaos. I would also love if it was video. Everyone got to see Sheen before he put his lab coat back on. I still remember he said he would
どういうつもりだ？
kill anyone willing to use his future wife as a test subject. We love chaos. I mean, this game is nothing but chaos. I don't know if you love all of it. What the? How dare you take control over the
ダハトさんの方
devices?
針に賛同したんじゃないのかよ。
I thought you guys were working for Dahat.
逆らったら処刑されるって分かってるのに、真っ向から反抗する奴がいるかよ。
No way is anyone going to defy them so blatantly when they know they'll be executed if they disobey. I don't love Adolphe. He's the most chaotic of them all, though.
僕たちはシアン所長の神としての才能に憧れて研究者になったんだ。
Picture this. You are, close your eyes and picture this. You are a person who witnessed a girl die at the age of 18 and you decide, no, that's not good enough. And after living 100 years because you cannot die, you find out that they've invented time travel and you're like, I'm going to save that girl. But you calculated wrong and it's 600 years before she was even born. Love Ankou though. Yeah, that's the general consensus. I also love Ankou. Honestly, I think it's how his character is designed. He wins for having gorgeous locks and a grin and reminds me of the Cheshire Cat, which is one of my favorite characters from Alice in Wonderland, which is surprising because I have an Alice in Wonderland tattoo and he's not on it. But that's because he's going to be on my back. He's going to be on my shoulder. I wanted his tail to go over my shoulder, actually. We became researchers because we looked up to Director Sheen's godly genius. We never betrayed him from the beginning.
それに実直な警備兵の大半だって、本当はシアン所長派だよ。
Most of the guards working here on Director Sheen's side too. What?
シアン所長が感情を捨てないと宣言した以上、お前らだって対立する理由はないはずだ。
Director Sheen said he's going to work on transferring emotions, so you guys have no reason to fight now.
一緒に奇跡を起こそう。神の領域に至ったあの人ならきっとできる。
Let's create a miracle with the director. I'm sure we can now that he's in God domain. He's been in God domain.
それは。
But yeah, they're like, you settle down. The Hot stood immediately, knowing that the tables had turned.
それはまさか新たなメモリー。
A new memory bank?
ご名答。お前がすぐには実現。
Oh, this is a flashback. I thought he was just having this thought.
さっきその装置に触っていたの、研究所内の通信機能を使っていたからだったんですね。
The device you were sitting on, you used it to transmit what he was said here throughout the institute, didn't you?
その通り。
Was he naked when
や
that
られたこ
happened?
とをそのまま返してやった。まあさすがに国内中に放送することはできなかったが。
Precisely. I only did what was done to me. It's not like it was transmitted across the
だ
country.
が俺の目的は十分に果たせた。だハト、お前ならわかるだろう。
Regardless, my objective is complete. To Hot, you know what this means, right? As if summoned by the transmission, the two royals came running into
ダ
the
ハト
room.
殿、何をぼさっとしているのだ。結局この男が言っていることはただの夢物語ではないか。
The Hot, what are you doing? He's merely speaking of his own impossible fantasies.
志が変わったところで過去の罪が消えるわけでもありません。 とっとと捕獲して。
He's right. A change of heart won't atone for the crimes he's committed. Hurry up and arrest him while... He shouted angrily as spit flew from his mouth.
うん。決めた。
Got it.
は
Huh?
王族の皆さん、申し訳ございません。僕はシアンさんにつきます。
My apologies to the royal family. I'll be siding with Sheen.
この研究所内で我らが所長、シアンさんに害をなすような行為をすれば、即刻追い出させていただきますね。
If you do anything to harm our director Sheen while inside the institute, we'll have you kicked out immediately. He bowed gracefully as a fearless smile appeared on his face, much like Sheen's. With the Hot's proclamation, the guards who arrived quickly drew their weapons and pointed them at the royal family. The other researchers were probably in agreement as they quietly moved behind the Hot and Sheen to show their obedience. The Hot! I was overjoyed at the return of our friend. For now.
なんだと。まさか我々を裏切るつもりか。
What? You're gonna betray us?
最初にシアンさんを裏切ったのはそっちでしょ。
Was it not you who betrayed Sheen first?
いいで
Seems
すか？
poetic.
今回シアンさんは、僕たちが喉から手が出るほど欲していた技術を実現させてみせました。
Now listen up. Sheen was able to achieve results in a field we worked on for
現
years.
状では、シアンさん以外で実用化するのはちょっと無理だと思いますけど、
I doubt we can put its current form into practice or anyone else but Sheen.
その技術をより突き詰めて、みんなの感情を持続させることができれば、
If we can push the
僕たちは
technology further,
本物の人間になれるかもしれない。
we might all one day become real humans who can retain our emotions.
だったら、シアンさんに味方するのは当然でしょ？その方が理想を実現できる可能性が高いんですから。
If so, it's only obvious that I would side with Sheen. After all, it's the best shot we have at making our dreams into
この国を
reality.
牛耳ること以外考えていない王族の皆さんよりも、シアンさんの提案の方がよっぽど魅力的ですよ。
I also find Sheen's proposal much more lucrative than the royal family's interest in seizing power over the country.
それに、今のシアンさんなら、本当に呪いを解き明かすことも可能かもしれません。
Besides, there's a good
そ
chance
んな彼を
Sheen
邪魔する意味、
might actually
ないですよね。
uncover the truth behind the curse. No reason to get in his way, right? Sheen nodded in satisfaction after seeing Dahat act like him, then walked over to greet him.
ダハト、来い。お前も俺と同じ領域に至れる人間だ。
Dahat, come with me. You have what it takes to join me in my domain. What if his salvation ending is just Dahat taking control easier? He didn't offer his hand to bring him back as a subordinate or a friend, but instead as a rival.
神を自称するあなたにそう言っていただけるとは、
I'm
光栄で
honored
すね。
to receive an invitation from someone who calls himself a god. He showed a bit of hesitation, perhaps because he felt bad for turning his back on Sheen for a while, but Dahat looked at his hand for a moment, then shook his head and grabbed hold of Sheen's hand. I'm just picturing him holding hands now. We're holding hands now.
断じて認める。
This is outrageous. I will not allow such a farce to take place.
死の呪いに不用意に近づいて悪化したらどう責任を取るつもりだ。王族として看過することはできぬ。
How will you take responsibility if you worsen the curse of death? The royal family cannot overlook this.
揃って打ち首になりたいのですか？
Do you two want to be beheaded?
好きにすればいい。
Like I care. Sheen let go of Dahat's hand and shrugged.
俺たち研究者がいなくなったら困るのはお前たち王族だろうが。
It's the royal family who will be in a predicament without the researchers here.
もう二度とリライバーとして生まれ変われない。そうなれば死の呪いに蝕まれて数年のうちに死ぬ。それでもいいなら殺せ。
You'll never be able to revive as a reliver again. The curse of death will consume you in a few years. Kill us if you like. Along with Sheen and Dahat, there were no other researchers to act as their puppets. The royal family members gritted their teeth at Sheen's provocation, only returning a
そ
glare.
れでいい。適度に俺たちの言うことを聞いていれば、悪いようにはしない。
Very good. I'll make sure things will proceed smoothly as long as you cooperate.
だがまあ、今まで好き勝手してくれた礼はさせてもらうがな。
Then again, you'll first have to pay for what you've done. Sheen's powerful kick landed on each of their stomachs. Did he double kick and then like do a backflip? The two were blown back and landed on the floor, unable to speak from the pain.
これに懲りたらもう二度と国民に害をなすな。生き残りたければ王宮で静かに引きこもっていろ。
You
わか
better...
ったな。
It's too early to be yawning already. You better not harm the people ever again. Slink back to your palace if you wish to survive, understood? Sheen? He probably said that in reference to Adolphe and the children who died at the orphanage. I forgot. Oh, yeah. I totally forgot that happened in this route. Oh my god. Milo. Orphan Girl D. Oh, goodness. Oh my god. You would never let such a thing happen again. Sheen made a very clear statement. Girl D, I'm so sorry I forgot about you. You were the best character in this game, and I forgot you died. Thank you very much. Sheen smiled silently, hearing me give my thanks with a shaking voice.
残りの王族たちにも表明せんとな。だがまあ、これで決着はついた。
Main reason why I was like, kill the royal family. This is the villain origin story right here. You forgot why you wanted the royal family to die because you just got sucked up into the vengeance. And it was because of all the orphans. Oh my god, I totally forgot until he said that. Wait, is Adolphe dead in this route? Did Adolphe die? Dude, poor guy. For once, I actually feel bad about Adpole too. Oh my goodness. His head is... Oh, that's right. Oh my god. I forgot. They buried his head and his ghost said, okay. Oh. See, this is why I should have been able to do salvation at the beginning. None of this is information that would have prevented the story from having the same twists and turns in the final act. About the other royal family, no. But at least we're done here. Also, Mother killed us in the bad ending too. Yeah, Mom might have killed me once. But in her defense, and according to Sheen, she has split personality disorder. So does Dahat. So sometimes she gets a little dark. Because her other side is dark. Honestly, Bunny's that girl over there, her other persona is also dark. She goes from normal to basically a vampire. And that's just who she is. She looks super cute over there, but it's Halloween time. She's dressed in all black. She's having a great time. Could that be Eaves? I quickly took out my transmitter that was given to me. Is that you, Eaves? Are you alright?
なんとかね。ヒューゴもちょっと怪我はしたけど。
Yeah, but look at you. Sort of. Hugo got hurt, but it's nothing critical. Thank goodness.
今も館内放送でいろいろ聞こえてくるけど、作戦は成功した。
I heard the broadcast, but is it safe to assume everything went as planned? Mother's a hypocrite. Sheen's dangerous, but look who's talking. I feel... Okay, so someone else in the comments, because like I said, after I finished the main story, I looked up information on this game. Someone else said they thought Sheen and Mother were supposed to be siblings, and I think maybe that was an original plan that they changed their minds on, possibly in the drafting of the story. Because I think maybe they were originally going to be brother and sister, and then they figured that that was just too many family ties, because I feel like part of her hating him would be way more sense if they were siblings, because he said his own sibling hated the technology he created. And it sounded just like her. And that would make sense why she hates him, because she didn't want to be a reliver. And she became a reliver because she was killed. She was killed, and was the only choice she had. And so she technically became a reliver against her own will. And he revived her. That seems like a lot of work to go through for someone you don't care about. But also, you know, she's got a split personality disorder. She can't help that. Sometimes her little psychosis flips and then she turns into a different person. And it's usually when she's in high stress, which her son had just died again. And she has so much trauma with that already. I heard the broadcast, but it's safe to assume everything went as planned. Sorry, I got totally distracted. Of course, Sheen was able to make his experiment a reality. Are you two able to move? If not, I can go there. Look at Hugo when he's not like treating me like I'm the scorn of the existence. Hang on, I'm getting a phone call. Just in case it's work, I'll be right back. Well, ha ha ha. Okay, it was work. Which is a good thing I answered. We have an alarm system at my job, and this has been an ongoing thing where I've talked about it with my boss and my boss's boss. But they call us every time we open, basically, and go like, "Are you supposed to be there right now?" And I'm just like, "Yes, I'm supposed to be here right now. I swear." Sorry, I also had a text about work. How fun. I'm all work today. Just kidding. All right. That's dumb. They don't know that you guys are supposed to be there at the time. So I'm really not sure. They said they fixed it. So for a little while, they would call you if you came in 5 minutes early. Like, keep in mind, if you clock in, you need to clock in on time. You can't clock in on time unless you go in early. So, but I remember one time they called me and they're like, yeah, we got an early open from your store. It says you guys opened at 9:55, but you weren't supposed to open till 10. And I'm like, yeah. So they always call me when it happens. But it's fine. I'm used to it at this point. It's why I always answer. I'm just like, just in case. That's why I looked at the time when I first saw my phone ringing. I'm like, it's a 1-800 number. What time is it? I already called Mathis for help, so we're good. You just focus on what's in front of you. I'm sure there are still things to do. Thank you, Hugo, whom I love. Oh yeah, Hugo is dead in Eve's route too, right? Like, these guys, the only happy ending is Adolphe. Everyone lives in Adolphe's story. Everyone has a life in Adolphe's story. Well,
貸せ。
hand it over. Sheen took the transmitter from my hand.
クルーンども、ご苦労だった。
Korun, good job. Actually, that just reminded me, if Adolphe dies in this timeline, does that mean Ankou vanishes as well?
お前たちがいなければ、今回の作戦の成功はなかっただろう。
Without you two, this operation would have failed. Thank you.
ん？聞いているのか？
Can you hear me?
聞いてます。けど、まさかシアンさんの口から感謝を伝えられるとは思いもしなかったので。
Well, Eaves,
驚いてしまって。
you could say he's had a change of heart. Anyways, we can, but we're just surprised since we never expected you of all people to think of Sheen. Look up memes, that sad finish. Yeah, it's his first time saying thank you.
お前らの中の俺の印象はどうなっている？まあいい。切るぞ。
What exactly is your impression of me? This call is over.
さて、あいつらの無事も確かめたことだし、最後にやるべきことをやるとする。
Now then, those two are seem safe, so I can focus on finishing this
行
up.
くぞ、ダハド。
Let's go. The hot Leah.
はい。
Yeah! We left the laboratory, leaving behind the two silent royals and their guards. I made a joke, too, about backup, and I didn't even notice that I made the... I remember, yeah, because I thought you did it as a pun, and you're like, oh, yeah! Sheen led us outside of the institute. There is a crowd of citizens who had heard the commotion. We're waiting.
そこにいるの。シアンブロフィワーズじゃない？どうしてあの男がここにいるの？
It's Sheen Brophy! What's he doing here? At the institute? But like, doesn't this feel like Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory sometimes? He is the god. Willy Wonka is the god of chocolate.
やっと捕獲できたんじゃないか？まさかこれから処刑を？
Oh, were they trying to kill him? That's right. The royal family said he was a pain. Maybe they caught him, which means they're going to start the execution?
拉致が開かないな。
What a pain.
ダハド。
The hut.
はいはい、お任せください。
Yes, yes, leave it to me. The hot brought out a device that fit in his hand, then stepped forward. Man, you was a fool. Me? He took a deep breath and with a loud and clear voice began explaining Sheen's innocence. And then after 30 minutes, everyone was satisfied. Oh, man, A. Okay. Sorry. I'm still processing Girl D's death. He said that the royal family's greed led them to pinning the blame on Sheen. Of course, he also explained that there was now hope for a new type of reliver.
全部王族のせいだったのか？
So it was the royal family's fault?
信じられない。私たちを騙していたなんて。
I don't believe it. They tricked us. The crowd suddenly began to voice their discontent with the royal family.
単純なものだな。こうも簡単に手のひらを返されるといっそすがすがしい。
First off, the public will always change. The public is so easily swayed. Look at that. How refreshing to see the public's opinion shift so easily. First off, you're gorgeous. I don't even know what the royal family looks like. Dahat is a prince, technically, but like...
いいじゃないですか。これでこそ導きがいがあるってものです。
That's how you know Dahat's evil. Oh my god. That's why they had to have this after. They're like, if Dahat says that in the normal route, everyone's going to be like, that's suspicious to say. Oh, come on. It makes it even more fun to control them. I'm just glad the air has been cleared. You won't have to worry about having...
騙されるな。こいつらの言うことに耳を傾けてはならぬ。
Don't be fooled. Don't listen to them. The royals who were kicked by Sheen suddenly appeared on the scene. One of them was wobbling and holding his stomach, probably still in pain.
そうです。彼らは王族から権力を奪い取ろうとしているだけです。
They don't even know who you BZs are. Like, of course they want to take control from you. He's right. They're just trying to take power away from the royal family.
ここで処断しておかないと、お前たちもいつかリライバー化の権利を盾にされて脅されてしまうかもしれませんよ。
We must kill them now or they'll use reliver technology to threaten the common folk. Their last resort yelling didn't reach the masses since they couldn't be heard without a tool to amplify their voice. Their efforts were in vain as everyone stared at their pathetic attempt with cold eyes. At this very moment, a revolution had occurred, removing the royal family's power over Arpachel. I was sure the king and the remaining royals at the castle were shaking with anger. Shaking.
あの人たちどうします？
What should we do, Sheen?
適当に放り出しておけ。どちらに非があるのかは国民の目からも明確だ。
Leave
大した
them
問
be.
題にならんだろう。
I doubt anything will happen since it's obvious they're at fault in the public eye. What if... Hang on. What if they kill everybody in the square right now? If they killed everybody that's here right now, there would be no witnesses to back up your claims that the royal family was at fault for what happened. You're saying that the public eye, like this is not everybody that lives in Arpachel. Okay? This is just a small handful. The entire continent cannot fit in front of this building. Leave them be. I doubt anything will happen since it's obvious who's at fault in the public eye. I suppose. I doubt they'll be able to fight. The guard might appear soon and take care of... I noticed in the corner of my eyes a certain person within the crowd. Mother! I stepped forward to look more closely. The figure of the person who I thought I saw was no longer there. Was I mistaken? Maybe she came because she was worried. Still, something isn't quite right. Why did Mother hide from me? She didn't have to do that if she came to see whether we were okay. Gosh, Mom, you're acting weird today. Feeling something ominous, I quickly headed into the crowd to search, but to no avail. Where did she go? She could be anywhere. What was Mother trying to... And the world shakes. Shaky, shaky, shake.
許さない。
You swine. A shower of blood rained onto the ground. The blood was coming from... Better be a royal. Huh? There was a knife stabbed in the belly of the royal named Virche Evermore. No! That's fine. Mother pulled out the knife from the man's stomach as we looked on in horror. He fell onto his own pool of blood like a puppet with the strings cut. The crowd dispersed, seeing the killer take the life of a royal with her own hands.
何をするんですか、あなた！
What in the world are you doing? Assuming she would harm the public, Dahat stood in front to try and stop her. No, Dahat.
それに、新所長だって、すっかり王家の言いなりなのでしょ。現に、施設への
Should I
襲
read
撃だっ
this
て
since
止め
it's
なかっ
been so
た。
long? They didn't
そんな
stop the
男
attack
が
on the
また
orphanage.
シアンの部下になることを素
Will
直
such a
に受け
person
入れられる
return
の
to
かしら。
work under you again? The first time they see each other, the hot and mama.
あなたたちは人の欲を甘く見すぎている。
You underestimate human
だから
greed. He didn't know that Mother was determined to kill him along with the rest of the royal family. I quickly moved in unison with Sheen, but we didn't make it in time.
邪魔よ。
Out of my way. His stomach was pierced deep with the knife. But he had a backup. Hot! Mom! Blood. Well, she keeps killing her kids. Honestly, is her... Well, technically, in the Ankou Adolphe route, she ties Adolphe up. Blood poured out of his body as he fell to the ground and convulsed. No! His backup! I yelled at the researcher who were listening to the speech by him earlier. They all shook their heads. I could read their lips what said. The two deleted his data in retaliation. I turned and glared at the remaining royal, Dominic Revenpoor. But before I could make my move, she moved in front of him with her bloody knife in hand. Sensing his life was in danger, Dominique left the body on the ground and ran screaming into the institute.
まさかここに来て。
Of all things, imagine being such a petty little bitch that you would delete someone's literal life off a computer. Like, don't tell me that they deleted his backup. Why would he do that? They shouldn't have access to delete anybody's backup. Only Sheen and Dahat should have access to shit like that. He's literally second in command. Why would they be allowed to do that? I'm not over this. I'm not over this. Hang on. We were the only ones moving in the open area. Now turned into a sea of blood. Sheen moved in to try and restrain Mother, but she quickly avoided him as if she knew he was coming. Mother, please stop.
あら、ちょうどいいわね。
My, what perfect timing. Ah! She restrained me with a fake hug. Mother grabbed hold of me from the front, then turned around. She quickly moved behind me and pointed her knife at my neck as we faced Sheen.
ほらね、人質にぴったりだわ。
Just as expected, you're the perfect hostage. Sheen looked at Mother, who was chuckling behind me without trying to provoke her.
娘まで人質に取ろうとするとは、正気を失ったか。
Have you lost your mind taking your own daughter hostage?
何のことかしら。私は正気よ。この国の中で最も今やるべきことを理解しているわ。
What are you talking about? I'm quite sane. I understand more than anyone what needs to be done.
王族を根絶やしにすることか。
Killing the entire royal family?
そうよ。確かに、あなたたちが成し遂げたことは本当に素晴らしいわ。きっとこの国の歴史にも残る偉業ね。
What you have accomplished is wonderful. I'm sure it'll be written in the history books as a glorious achievement.
でも、やっぱりそれだけじゃダメなのよ。
But that isn't enough. Mother's face next to me showed more and more hatred.
この国の海である王家を滅ぼさなければ、国民たちが本当の意味で救われることはないの。
Did Dahat hear her speak prior to her murdering people? Oh no, she did say get out of my way in her voice. So maybe he realized maybe this is my mom. She's mad. That people won't see true salvation until the pus of this country, the royal family, has been destroyed.
そうじゃなかったら、リアム、私の子供もアドルフも浮かばれないわ。
It needs to be done. My child Liam, my other children, and Adolphe won't rest in peace otherwise.
この子の命が惜しいのならば、すぐにでも王族全員を処刑しなさい。そうすれば、私たちの悲願が叶うのよ。
Okay, I can't reach that range. You are good, but I'm very close to this mic. If you want to save her, execute the entire royal family immediately. That will finally make our wish come true. Her last words were like a plea. Mother, why? No matter how trapped she was in hatred.
最初は確かに打算から接触したわ。でもあなたたちと暮らしていくうちに、子供がいる幸福を思い出させてくれたあなたたちを、とてもじゃないけど、それだけことよ。
Is Dahat dead? Dahat could be like, I'm Liam. I thought she would never lose her way as a mother. My question pitted to mother was instead answered by Sheen.
記憶に感情が引きずられているのか。
Her memory is affecting her emotions.
それに俺と同じで、目的と手段が入れ替わっていることに気づいていない。
Similarly to me, she doesn't notice that her objective and methods have changed places. Which was why she made such a drastic move. She was unable to move closer with me as a shield.
サロメ、お前の目的はこの国の呪いを解き明かすことだっただろう。一体いつから王家抹殺が目的になった？
Salome, your mission was to get rid of the curse from this country. When did it change to killing the royal family?
そんなことはどうでもいいのよ。私は私のやるべきことをしているだけ。目の前のことしか考えていないあなたとは違う。
It doesn't matter now. I'm doing what needs to be done, unlike you refusing to look at the future.
王族は殺さなきゃ。殺さなきゃ、殺さなきゃ、殺さなきゃ、殺さなきゃ。ダメダメダメダメダメダメダメダメダメダメダメ。
I need to kill the royal family. Kill. No. Like a broken transmitter, a sound unlike a human came from her mouth. Mother, please get a hold of yourself any more in your memory.
完全に正気を失ったか。警備兵、肩を狙え。外すなよ。
Finally lost it completely. Guard, aim for her shoulder. Don't miss. I froze in place, not moving a muscle, just like when he yelled at me to not move when I was held hostage. The next moment, Sheen's guards, who came to his side, let loose his arrow. The arrow grazed my cheek and then... The arrow struck Mother in the shoulder. Mama! I used the opportunity to escape her hold by purposely falling forward to the ground. The knife dropped from her hand, and the guard who came to the scene ran in and pinned Mother to the ground. She couldn't move with her arms held behind her back, but... Let me go! The royal family needs to die. Kill! They need to be punished. Mother struggled with all her might, as if she didn't mind losing her limbs if it meant she could kill her detested targets. Blood was pouring from her cut, but she didn't look like she was in pain. In the corner of my eye, I could see some researchers hurriedly carrying Dahat away to safety.
大丈夫か?
Are you alright, Leah? Oh my gosh, thank you for asking, Sheen. No. Honestly, I forgot this story almost entirely. So I'm a little lost. Sheen ran towards me and embraced me from behind as I sat on the ground. I'm fine, but Mother... Sheen, what's happening to Mother?
簡単に言うと、容量に収まりきらない感情を抱え込んだせいで、メモリーが焼き切れそうになっている。
Dahat, did you hear Mom say Liam? Simply put, her memory bank is burning from an overload of emotions.
メモリーを増強した新たなリライバーになるか、死ぬことでしか助けられない。
Either she dies or she needs to revive as a reliver with the updated memory bank. What? Sheen was able to modify the memory. That also meant that she would have to bear the pain that the clones' bodies endured during the revival process. But was there a way for Mother to bear such pain as a normal person? Sheen, I looked at his large hand placed on my shoulder in support. His large hand? Isn't there a way Mother can be saved? I placed my hand on his hand in desperation because I know he wants me. And I'm using manipulation tactics to get him on my side. Sorry. Act like it was new. No. I don't want to lose any more of my family. Unlike some stories, pleading for her to regain her senses wouldn't bring Mother back. So the only thing I could do now was help me. I asked my beloved for help to save me from impending despair.
それは
That is...
そんな女救う必要などありません。
She doesn't need to be saved. The man appeared again and outright refute my plea for help. Dominique, who had fled earlier, returned with some Royal Guard soldiers. He yelled at the top of his lungs as he looked down in disgust at Mother. He ran away.
あんな残虐なことをしてかすなんて、もともと欠陥があるに決まっています。
I don't care if her children were killed. She's obviously defective if she can perpetrate such a terrifying crime. Motherfucker, you killed her kids. You killed little children.
そう、どうせもう気が触れてしまっているのです。
Oh man, I want to stab him. If you're gonna get your revenge, make sure he is dead. For real. Like, don't be like, I don't care if her kids died. How did they die? How did they die? Was it a bus crash? No. It was murder. You can't believe you freaking killed her kids. And you have the gall, the audacity. How dare you? She already lost her mind anyways.
だったら適当にこの女の子供の死体から中身のないクローン体を作ってやればいいではないですか。
Why don't you use one of the bodies of her children she said she lost to make a
本
clone?
物も偽物も区別がつかないのですから。それでこの女だって満足する。
She can't tell the difference now anyways. Dude, does my character get up and get a knife? Stab the man. Come on. Come on, Leah. You can do it. Murder the guy. Oh, man. Is this the good? Oh, no. Has this game ruined me? Like, she can't tell the difference now anyways, though that should keep her quiet for us to... Huh? How dare he? How dare he look down on my family like this? You guys murdered little girl D.
黙れ
Silence. Before I could put my anger into words, Sheen's ruthless voice filled the air. Ever so clearly. His low voice sent a wave of silence over the entire area. Sheen slowly helped me stand from the
なる
ground.
ほどこれが怒りか誰かのために奮い立つというのもまた悪くない
So this is what rage feels like. It doesn't feel bad to have another reason to help somebody. His first contact with his emotion was focused on that man. He then rubbed my cheek with care.
前言撤回だ独りよがりな犠牲はもう生まないが煮えならば喜んで捧げよう
I take back what I said before. I won't sacrifice others for my own good, but I will gladly offer a scapegoat. Sheen?
己のためだけに研究を重ねてきた身だが初めて誰かを救うための研究を
I've been researching for myself all this time, but I will use this opportunity to save someone else.
何よりこの女サロメにはこいつを俺のようなものからここまで守ってきた借りがある
I do owe this woman, Salome, for protecting Leah from people like me. He then looked at me and smiled.
お前の願いを叶えよ
Your wish will be granted.
うサロメをメモリーが増強されたリライバーとして生まれ変わらせてやる
Sheen. I will revive Salome into a reliver with an updated memory
そう
bank.
すればあいつの狂気にも近い感情も自然と器に収まりきるはずだ
I'm sure it will easily be able to contain her insanity with no issue. But that also means that Mother has to bear the pain and suffering. The Hot even said that you're the only one who could bear such pain.
そうだな
True.
だがその苦痛のすべてを誰かに肩代わりさせた後 完成したメモリーをサロメのクローン体に移植すれば。
But if I have someone else bear that pain instead before transferring Salome into a clone with the updated
完
heart?
全にとはいかんし、不具合も生じるだろうが、正気を取り戻す可能性はある。
There's a good chance she will regain her sanity, albeit with a few bugs at the start. Someone? They all turn and look. Is it really possible to transfer someone else's
当
heart?
然不可能だ。完全な他人の心臓移植など普通は耐えられない。
Of course it's impossible. There is no way to transfer a heart from one person to another.
だが、
That said, as pupils contracted, losing the warmth he showed me, he turned his attention towards a certain man. Sheen gently caressed my hair, then slowly moved away from me. One step, another.
お前なら多少は適合するだろう。
You should be a suitable match. She walked towards the royal with heavy footsteps as if to instill fear in him.
どういうことですか？そなたは何を言っているのです？
What do you mean? What are you trying to do? I thought about what he was trying to imply, but before I finally realized his
喜
intention.
べ。お前はこの国の礎となる最後の実験体だ。
Congratulations. You will be the last test subject to serve this country. Sheen extended his hand to the man with a total opposite of heat. Frigid cold. Stop. Yeah! Knife, 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 knife. Interesting. Is that salvation? Is that salvation? This needs to be like an anime where it has it translated along with the thing. Sheen! Get ready, they're gonna show him quite a few times. It's his salvation ending. Neck tattoo, 3 earrings. A little bit of pink in his hair, just enough. Remember when I kidnapped her? And did a puzzle. Still the same puzzle. What the hell just happened? It takes a really long time to solve puzzles. I feel that. And then he admits that he is the god of this horrible infrastructure. You want to see them completing the puzzle? That'd be cute. Here's where he's all like, I reject emotions, but I don't mind other people having emotions. Remember that? I remember that. I don't remember this. I don't remember that one. Do I have that one? Did I not get that CG? What the heck's happening? I don't remember this. That's a good sign. It's been too long. What the heck is that? Do I remember this? It's when Lucas attacked them in the hole. Oh yeah, here's that cute one for them. Wait a second. His salvation ending doesn't have like a cute couple CG like Mathis? Like friggin' Lucas dying in my lap? Like what? Ankou?
結局すべてを打ち明けたか。しかし。
The CG was after what happened to Adolphe and mother lost her mind. Man, hear me out. Apparently I blacked out in Sheen's route.
あの男が彼女の体質に見向きもせず、その上まさかこんな形で解決できるとは思わなかったな。
I can't believe that man was able to reach that conclusion without exploiting her for her benefit.
私としたことが、あの男の本性を見誤ったか。
Unbelievable. Did I actually misread his intention? Boy, you were tortured for over 100 years by Sheen. You didn't
複
misread.
雑ではあるが、彼女がこの道を選んだというのなら、私も受け入れるしかないね。
I think his route happened like 3 weeks ago. I can't remember anything. This feels strange, but I suppose I have to accept the result since this is the path she chose.
さて、彼女のより良い未来のために、特効薬作りに協力してやるとするか。
Is he gonna vanish? Is this that part where I just made that joke about how like he died so that his future self can't exist now because he's dead? I suppose I should cooperate and help her cure her for a brighter future. A few months passed. Salome awoke inside the darkness of the incubator. The fluid around her slowly drained away until it was empty. The incubator door opened and she slowly stepped out. The room's white light made her eyes throb.
サロメ、気分はどうだ？
Salome, how do you feel? Salome squinted her eyes to see a young man wearing a lab coat, talking to her as if nothing was out of the ordinary.
気分も何も吐き気がするわ。
She necky? He's just looking at her necky.
私、どうしてこんなところに？
How do I feel? I feel like vomiting. What am I doing here?
お前はリライバーとして新たに転生した。前に使っていた肉体が限界だったからな。
You're revived as a reliver. Your old body was at its limit.
何よ、それ。何もわからない。頭の中でたくさんの思い出が渦巻いていて。
I don't understand. There are
胸がいっぱいになる。
memories flowing into my mind. My chest is throbbing. I feel heavy. Salome held her head, thinking that this must be coming from the maintaining heightened emotions for a prolonged time.
その程度なら予想内の症状だ。適当に動かしていればそのうち馴染むだろう。
By the way, all your kids are still dead, including Adolphe. And you almost killed your daughter. So, feel bad. Feel bad. Your condition is expected. You should get used to your body soon. Contact me if you still experience any
で、
problems.
王族のことは？
Now, any thoughts about the royal family? Salome froze for a moment, realizing that he was asking if she still wanted to kill them. Her eyes shook for a moment. She then shook her
今
head.
はただ悲しいわ。彼らが起こした悲劇も、私が犯してしまった罪も。
If anything, I feel sad right now. Sad about the tragedy they caused and the sins they have committed.
私、
I have committed.
人を殺してしまった。王族だけじゃない。
Not just from the royal
何の
family.
罪もない研究員も。
I killed an innocent researcher too. The reality that she had killed him due to her heightened emotion was weighing on
ダ
her.
ハトのことか。あいつのことは気にするな。とは
You
言え。
mean the hot? I can't tell you not to worry.
志半ばで死んだことに変わりはないからな。
He died before he could fulfill his mission. As Salome predicted, Dahat couldn't be saved. His stab wound was too deep. Sheen returned to his usual self and looked like a doctor as he tapped an old medical record on his
精
shoulder.
神的に不安定ではあるが、それは今まで起こったことを考えれば仕方ない。
She killed her son in this route. Isn't there a story about that where like a prophecy was that you're going to kill your father and marry your mom? I feel like that's a prophecy for this. You're going to be the cause of your son's demise multiple times. Your mental state is still a bit unstable, but I suppose that can't be helped considering what
喜
happened.
べ、サロメ。最終チェックはこれで終了だ。お前はこれから普通に生きられるぞ。
Congratulations, Salome. The final check is now complete. You're free to live life as you please.
なんですって。
What?
人を殺した私が罪を償わず、
There's no
普通に
way.
生き続けていいわけが。
There's no way I can live a life like a normal person without paying for my crimes.
残念ながら今は法的設備が整っていないせいで、お前を罰することはできない。
Unfortunately, there's no way you can be punished since there's no legal process to deliver
これからどう
just
償ってい
judgment.
くのか
Goodness.
は、お前自身が決めることだ。
So it's up to you to determine how you want to pay for what you've done. Salome could only look down, hearing Sheen's words. Also, the royal family have cameras, right? She should have had a photo of her son. Salome was released from the facility and she began to roam the district of Cohen. But Salome didn't have any destination in mind. Before long, she ended up at the home she had spent her life protecting. She thought about the researcher she killed without looking at his face. She then thought about the children who were mercilessly killed, leading her naturally to this location. But there was no one here.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
みんな、私のせいで。
It's my fault. I'm sorry. Perhaps some time had passed as the orphanage didn't show a shadow of the tragedy that struck. There were no traces of blood splatter along the walls and ground, and neither was there a trace of the children. It was as if the tragedy never happened.
おかえりなさい。
Welcome home, Mother. She felt a childlike warmth behind her.
見ろ。
Milo? She wasn't seeing things. It was one of her dear children whom she took into her care. Rip the kids. He was in his rebellious stage, but now tears filled his eyes as he hugged her sweetly from
ど
behind.
うして。
How? Just as Salome showed an expression of surprise, other children appeared and gathered around her. Milo, my boy. Weren't they all killed? Salome stood in confusion as each of the children hugged her as if they were waiting for her. Welcome home, Mother. From behind the children came Leah with a joyful smile.
どうして。これは。
How? What happened? The children? The corpse risked their lives to somehow save some of the children when the royal guards attacked. It seems they were later hidden by one of our neighbors in the district. Leah went on to explain with tears in her eyes that she only found out recently that some had made it out alive.
そうだったの。
I see. We've been waiting for you to come home. We made graves for the children in the back. Oh my god, their backyard's nothing but a graveyard now. Adolphe is also home with us. The last phrase made tears flow out of Salome's eyes because that's the only kid she actually cared about. She didn't lose everything. She still had many dear children here to welcome her home. Salome fell to her knees and embraced the children she could hold as she wept like a
本
child.
当に。ごめんなさい。
I'm so sorry. Leah walked towards her and embraced her gently. Don't apologize. We're waiting for you to say what we want to hear.
そうね。私ったら、また間違えちゃった。
Yeah, this is sweet. I mean, it sucks that Dahat's dead because that would be like her icing, you know, for her storyline. You're right. I made another mistake.
見ろ。みんな。
Leah, Milo, the only other kid here that has a name. Everyone else.
ダメなお母さんだけど。もう一度、私と家族になってくれる？
I know I'm not the best mother, but will you be my family again?
もちろん。
Of course! The children all responded with smiles at their tearful mother. Aw. How sweet. Wait, I don't have another CG. I want more CGs. Give me CGs, game. I live for tiny pictures of these people being happy. Art Pachel had changed quite a bit since then. Sheen regained all rights and authority over the Institute. Thereafter, it was officially announced that the research into lifting the curse would begin in earnest, and it did. They would also embark on an investigation into the origins of the underground passage. The stolen devices seemed to be transported through the passage, which led to other locations besides the beach. I recalled Sheen mentioning that the culprit behind the stolen devices would be found soon enough as he rubbed his sleepy eyes. He's dead. Eaves and Hugo recovered from their injuries and were now living in relative peace while working at Karoon. Give us more CGs of my husband. Mathis, who saw Eaves as a role model, seemed to be visiting every so often with Jean. More importantly, this country was starting to change, with Sheen Brophy at the center. The people who saw and learned of the royal family's evil had finally revolted. The monarchy over the land was abolished. A parliamentary system took its place, and Sheen was chosen as their representative. Okay. Of course, he didn't seem very happy, saying that he would find someone to replace him as he could focus on his work. The plan was to create a legal system using books that the drifter from other countries and the help of Mathis. Eaves X Sierra, me X Sheen, and Leah X Ankou. Perfect. I can't imagine anything better than that. You just gotta be with who you gotta be with. It seemed he wanted to make sure that power wouldn't be in the hands of a single person. I mean, Ankou might be crazy, but like my name's literally Psycho Bunny. I mean, my full name is Psychotic Vampire Bunny, but that was too long for most web pages, so we cut it down. The cause of the strange deaths would be made public as soon as the evidence hidden it's in there. Hidden by the royals could be recovered. I don't know if you've ever read this book. I think it's a Goosebump book. Let me look it up. I will show you the meaning behind my name. Oh dear, let me see. Is it this? Bunny Kula. Look at this guy. Look at him. Ain't he cute? Bunny Kula. That was the first thing. It was a book I read when I was a kid. That's not the right cover. It isn't it? I read that when I was a kid and I loved it. So that's where I came up with Psychotic Vampire Bunny. In the book, he wasn't really a vampire, if I remember. It's been a long time since I've read it. Try to see if I can see the cover I remember. Oh, here's the one I remember. Okay, this is the one that I remember from when I was a kid. You can't, oh, it's so flared out. He's at the bottom and he's got red eyes and a carrot. But you can't really see him in this one. This is the cover I remember from when I was a kid. But yeah, it's just a bunny vampire. That's all it is. But like, I always remember him wearing like a little cape and being a bunny with little fangs. So cute. And so the entire name was Psychotic Vampire Bunny, but I had to cut it down. It wouldn't let it be that long. But I'm gonna eventually have her in in a Dracula outfit at some point. Her Halloween costume the year prior was a ghost. This year was a slasher character. So next year I want to try and make her be like a vampire. And that was the cause of the strange deaths would be made public as soon as the evidence hidden by the royals could be recovered. As for me, though, the tumultuous change.
次は花を買うぞ。
Let's buy some flowers. Okay, understood. I had become something a bit more special than his personal maid and was living a peaceful life with Sheen. Today we're out together, just the two of us. It had been a week since Mother returned, and it looked like she was getting accustomed to her new body, which was why we stepped out to go and visit Dahat's grave.
とは言っても、あいつはどんな花を好むんだ。死者を弔うために花など買ったことがないから、わからんだ。
I'm not sure what kind of flowers he likes. I wouldn't know any better since I've never purchased memorial flowers before. You don't need to worry too much. Just listen to your heart and pick the flowers based on what color Dahat liked or what would match him. It's all right to buy flowers based on your feelings.
それもわからん。ダハトとはそんな会話一度としてしたことがなかった。
Doesn't help much. I never had a casual conversation with him about what he liked.
だがまあ、
Revenge, mostly.
あいつはいつも騒がしかったからな。
That said, he was always noisy and a bit of a troublemaker.
強いて言うなら、赤や黄色といった派手な色の花が似合うんじゃないか。
If anything, I suppose he would like flowers with lively colors such as red or yellow or green like his hair. That sounds like him. Well, why don't you have a bouquet made around those colors? With that, I called out to the florist standing at the front of his shop. The combination of the country's top researcher and the maiden of death from Cohen made us very noticeable. The florist noticed who we were, but he simply smiled and greeted us as a customer. Just imagine he pauses. After purchasing a beautifully arranged bouquet, Sheen and I made our way to the cemetery. It feels so strange not being called death for so long. I guess it's because Sheen announced to the public that he would clear my name once everything settled down. It felt like only yesterday when he said that in public, which made me blush again, but that doesn't mean that what was lost back then will return. My sins of involving the orphanage was one that I would need to bear for the rest of my life. But I'd be bearing that with Sheen by my side as I came to terms with the deaths. For no real reason, I looked up and saw Sheen staring at my face from the side. Is there something on my face?
ああ、いや、なんでもない。
It's nothing.
買い忘れたものがあった。お前は先に墓へと言っていろ。
I forgot to buy something. You head to the cemetery ahead of me. Are you gonna bring her a flower? Okay, I'll do that. Come to think of it, he's been looking at me like this quite often recently. He wants 2 kids, my guy. I tilted my head in bewilderment. He's 83 years old. He wants to make kids before he dies. It was only a few minutes later that Sheen returned to me with a flower in hand and told me, I think this matches you well. Couldn't animate the sound of that. You couldn't make a CG of that. We were done visiting the cemetery. I was back in my room at the orphanage with Sheen by my side. Oh, he's staying at the... That's weirder. Dahat's grave was very clean and beautiful. There were a lot of flowers placed there too.
あいつは俺以上に人望があったからな。研究員たちが代わる代わる訪れたんだろう。
He was more popular than I was. I assume the other researchers came to pay their respects. Right? Give me a CG of him giving her a flower. Exactly. I see. I feel bad for Dahat. He didn't deserve to die like that. Thinking of Mother, I couldn't say much more beyond that. The best Sheen and I could do for now was...
だがあいつの研究内容自体は良い形で引き継げている。
His research has been incorporated in a positive way.
俺は呪いを完全に解き明かすことであいつの死に報いよう。
I will uncover the truth behind the curse in his place, and as well as a way to avenge his death. Sheen, he wouldn't let his efforts go to waste. I was sure Sheen would keep his word to break the curse of death before I died and create a country where everyone was free to be angry, to mourn, and to love. Oh. Sorry, I thought he threw her on the bed. That was a very heavy thud. We paused for a moment, then Sheen sat on my bed.
ところで、研究といえば、少し実験したいことがあるんだが。
Now then, about my research, there's something I want to test. What is it?
こちらへ来い。
Come here. Okay. He patted the bed, and I sat down beside him. She already said they've been living together. This should be... Sheen put his arm around my shoulder and pulled me close without a change in expression. My beloved looked at me with his unique multicolored eyes. It's not exactly accurate, but that works. I suddenly felt my heart race. What is it?
観察している。
I'm observing. Observing what?
もちろんお前をだ。
You, of course. Our conversation wasn't making sense. Come to think of it, you were staring at my face when we were out shopping too. Was that part of your research? Maybe he was trying to observe my physical traits as death?
いや違う。
No, you're mistaken.
あれは、単にお前に見とれていただけだ。
I was simply captivated by you. Huh? His words made my face hot. What are you... He stopped me from completing my question.
一連の事件を解決した後、お前も笑うことが増えただろう。お前の笑顔は、つい見入ってしまう。
You've been smiling more often since the incidents have been resolved, and your smile is captivating. His whispers was so sweet that it passed through my ear and began to melt my
新た
mind.
な肉体に移行した後、ずっと実験をしていたんだ。本当に自分が感情を得たのかどうかを。
I wanted to test my new body, wink, 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 to see whether I really did gain emotion.
だが俺には手本となるサンプルがない。
But unfortunately, I don't have a sample on hand to reference.
だから観察していた。お前を見つめ、メモリーが奏でる音に耳を傾けることによって。
So I was observing you, I gazed at you, and listened to my memory sing a tune. So the reason you've been near me a lot?
そうだな。いわゆるお試し期間というわけだ。
Yes, it's something of a trial
それ
period.
でまあ分かったのは。
Oh, sorry, I thought you weren't done. Through this, I learned one thing. CG? We got a CG now. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's still got the scar.
お前のことが好きらしい。
Wow. That I'm in love with you. Damn. Heart. He's so naturally pushed me down onto the bed and whispered in my ear again. Sheen brought my hand to his heart, which I could see under his collar.
どうだ？お前にもわかるだろう。
See? You can tell, can't you? Yes. His heart beat gently. Should be fast. That should be the sign. The tune to which his heart beat was far from something cold. It was a beat that held color and warmth. This is strange. For some reason, my heart is screaming from feeling your heart's rhythm.
ではその鼓動、もっと早めてみるか。
You're gonna give her a heart attack, man. Perhaps I'll make your heart beat even faster. Done. This was vastly different from when he put his lips on mine before. It was a kiss that seemed to seek out my existence. I got a heart attack. Sheen kept changing the angle of his kiss as if to steal the soul of the one called death. That seems dangerous. As he said, with each kiss, my heart screamed louder.
これが恋をしたという感覚か。存外悪くない。
So this is how it feels to love someone. I admit it isn't bad, except for when, they gouge out their hearts and rip their hearts out of their chest.
お前と強く結びついている気がするし、何よりお前のそういう顔を見ていると。
As a reminder, he's 83 years old and our character is 18. I feel myself bonding with you more strongly, and seeing your expression is
かなりそそられる。
quite intriguing. He whispered in a serious voice, and the temperature on my face rose even higher. Are you sure about this?
何がだ？
About what? I mean, are you sure it's okay for you to have someone like me be by your side?
逆だ。お前以外にふさわしい者はいない。
Incorrect. There's no one more suitable than you. I also enjoy that he's got her pinned to a bed with gloves on. He seemed sure of himself, but I was still hesitant about his decision.
神の隣に立つのは、同じ神である死神が最もふさわしい。
He's poetic. The god of death is the only one worthy of standing by God's side. That's...
だからそう不安がってくれるな。
Don't worry about it.
俺は間違いなく前回から引き継いだ記憶も含めて、お前のことを愛している。
From all the memories I inherited from last time, I know for a fact that I love you. I could see Sheen's chest beating to a different tune
お前と
now.
触れ合っているといつもこうなる。お前の笑顔を見た時も、お前に微笑みかけられた時も。
I always end up like this when I touch you. It's the same as when I see you smile and when you smile at me.
共にいない時間でも、ふとしたことでお前を思い出してしまう。
You seem to appear in my mind even when you're not around.
ここまで言えばわかるだろう。
Need I say any more?
あの日の宣言通り、確かに俺は、お前に恋をすることができた。
As I was able to state back then, I was able to fall in love with you. This was indeed his confession of love. In this country and in this world, the godlike person was directing his beautiful emotion to me and only me. His boldness and honesty made the anxiety I felt inside disappear into a mist.
それで、お前はどうなんだ?
So what about you? Huh?
俺を好いているのであろうことは言動から察していた。だからこそ、伴侶にすると言い切ったのだしな。
I could tell you loved me from your words and actions, which is why I said you would be my
だ
wife.
が直接口に出して言われたことはない。
But you haven't said anything to me
言
directly.
ってくれ。お前の口から聞きたい。
So tell me, I want to hear it from you. They've been dating for like 3+ months and she hasn't said she likes him yet. And by date, I mean living together. As he spoke, there was a look of great expectation in Sheen's eyes. How could I deny his earnest request? I love you too, Sheen. There was no way I could tell him how embarrassed I was at that. Sheen, you're not a nice person, and yet I love you so much. Oh, I thought she was going to say, but you're my person. Your purity and impurity, your determination and desires, everything. I love Sheen Brophy more than anyone in the world.
上出来だ。
Well done. His confession turned into a vow.
今ここに誓おう。
I swear here and
この
now,
国の呪いも、お前の死神としてのゆえんも、俺は神として、必ず解き明かしてみせる。
unless you die first. As God, I will unravel the secrets behind this country's curse and why you possess the power of death.
だが、
But
お前の前では、地に足つけてただの男であるとしよ
I will be a mere mortal and a man with his feet on the ground when I'm with you. It almost seems like a shame that you can't see his butt that one time.
う。不要と判断していた感情が、メモリーが、お前が近くにいるだけで、こんなにも高鳴るとは。なかなか興味深い結果だ。神と死神である俺た
I
ち
know
だ
it's a
が、
sentence, but I had deemed
Totally.
emotions unnecessary, so it's
ただの
interesting
男
to
と
see
女
how
として
my heart races as a result of your
唇を重ね
presence
ると
near
する
me.
が。
I am God and you are death, but let's just see each other as man and woman. I always cringe at that sentence. Feels weird. All right, let's see if we got all of Sheen's pictures now. We do. Only complete. I need more CGs in his route. Yeah, everyone else had 18. Look at him. He's only got 15. And then they didn't have like a cute little bonding moment at the end of theirs. Like Lucas and Mathis both did. Like, look at this look how sweet they bond here. They're bonding. Look at that. Their bond. He had that one before the end. And sure, their end was just their gravestone, but they died. They can't help that. They were dead. Mathis. I feel like somebody liked Mathis a lot, because look at the one Mathis got. He got this scene. And he died. And then he comes back, and look at this boy. Look how cute he is. Like, what a cutie. But Sheen had 15. And well, I think it... Oh, hang on. Excuse you. I mean, it's like the same amount in each of these, but like... I don't know. This doesn't make me fall in love with him more. Well, I lied. I just lied. I'm so sorry. Interesting, interesting. All right. Well, next is Eaves. And then for him, we still have... There's another photo from this that we're missing. And this has 2 images in it as well. I haven't got that one yet either, which I'm assuming is the bad ending, but I thought I did everything to get the bad ending last time. And then his, I'm straight up missing this one still. And this one. What the heck? That's not fair to Lucas. You're right, you're right. Yeah, no. I don't know. I feel like I needed more pictures of Mother. You go dead, them driving in a car crying, them having dinner together as a family. Those 2 just being extra all the time. Oh wait, my character trying to stab herself in the neck. I know these games are geared towards like a fantasy aspect, so they don't really show the protagonist as much because they want you to insert your... It's a Mary Sue. They want you to be that person. But I would love if she had more like pictures of herself doing things. I don't know. They also have the option to not even have the picture of the character pop up in the side during emotional things. Like, all right. I also do not enjoy that. I don't know if I'm missing anything. Because it tells you if you have unread, but it also doesn't tell you like if there's a deviation there. Like I like when it literally shows you despair. I like it when it shows you like, hey, here's where your routes can go with like a little lock on it, just so I know where the heck I am. All right, where's our first choice? All right, Eaves now. And I'm gonna say it right now, if he's not proposing to me in a field of fire. I remember. It's the car. He likes the car because it was the first thing he ever got for doing something. Praise his creativity. The real question is if despair, it's despair, salvation, right? Salvation. How do you get the despair part 2 again after you've unlocked salvation? Can you not? I'm not saying I'd ever play this through again, but that's how routes work. You can go down a path and end up somewhere special. Whew. Still got to figure out how to get all of Ankou's photos. That's really who I care the most about. I don't know why it does this. It just like won't let you go down sometimes. Remember when everyone thought we were dating, LOL? I do. Keep yawning. Hurts my feelings now. Well, it's jumping. I'm going to open a web browser. It's going to slow everything down for a second, but it's jumping anyways. And that's just so I can open up the Ankou. Oh dear, what just happened? I had you minimized in a corner and then you decide to go full screen on me. That's so random. Anyways, the Ankou and Adolphe's route thing. Ankou. I can't remember which ends up in a bad ending here. Oh god. Hold on to it. I know one ends in like hellfire. I think they're lying to us. This is the more they tricked us, because the first time you stay, but this time you have to leave or it's bad. Hugo over here trying to kill me. Oh my gosh, why is this such... This is not... Let me go find a Tomy kitten. A Tomy kitten doesn't make her font so big. Oh, I see. Okay, perfect. She has it written out in a way where it tells you all the endings. So I'm going to, after we get through Eaves's route, double check which ones we already have, because then I can avoid the ones we already have. Oh, I'm so confused. Okay. What do we do wrong? Dang it. This is after I said I'm not going to do Eaves. I'll Google it, I guess. don't know if... So they're making it sound like I have to start from common in order to get Eaves' salvation ending. I don't know if that's true or not, but... Ending will unlock after you've completed Act 3. Interesting. They're calling this the Evermore ending, which is the name of the game. All right. Oh no, that's not right. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh no. What did I not pick? Pick out Rainbow, give it to Eaves. Give it to Eaves was the choice it wanted me to pick? Oh, I see where my mistake was.
Scien no Virche Evermore Salvation.
Is this right? I'm so confused. Did I make any... Oh, victim's expression. Wait, I'm more confused. How to flip a table? All right, we're going to start over the way this person... We're going to just do what she says. We're just going to do what she says. I'm going to trust this person. Oh, goodness. Oh, this is so dramatic. Okay. Okay. I'm so confused. This is making it sound like it doesn't want me to have the highest, like, affection with him, which is weird. Which maybe, I mean, I haven't done number of bodies. Maybe that also... I'm doing what the game wants me to. I'm doing what a Tomy kitten tells me to do. Oh, goodness. You're not very convincing. Stroke his hair. I know. I was trying to get you to pick the option I wanted. It's hard to explain. I appreciate what a Tomy kitten does because a Tomy kitten tells you what order to make saves so you get all the endings right. But I just want you to tell me what I need to do just specifically for this. I want a separate list that doesn't include saves, that includes, hey, you already played the game and now you're just trying to figure out why you haven't got this ending yet? Well, let me tell you, you probably picked the marks on their bodies, but what you should have picked, because Eaves is a man in love with the idea of being in love, the number of bodies. The number of bodies. Silly. Because if it's not the number of bodies, then they'll never know. How would they know? They'd never know. It's jumping for so long. So far, I think Mathis has the best ending. The least amount of deaths, at the very least, oddly enough. He liked that too, my goodness. Jean, do the photos show the image of all the victims that were on each scene?
俺が見落としをしていなければ、何か気になることでも。
Unless there were any that were overlooked, is there something on your mind? Yeah, well, it might just be a coincidence, but there's an even number of bodies in each of these photographs, or rather, it looks like there's always 2 bodies near each other. As if it was decided in advance that they would die together.
ああ、言われてみれば。写真を撮るのに必死で、まるで気づきませんでした。
I see what you mean. I hadn't noticed it since I was focused on taking the photographs.
それに、二人一組って言われて気づいたんだけど。
I noticed something else now that you brought the bodies being in pairs. Is it the marks? Did he notice the mark?
各遺体の数がすべて、男女一組ずつの同数になってない？
Take a look. Aren't there an equal number of male and female victims?
一つならともかく、すべての現場でってのは。
Happening once is one thing, but at every site?
あ、それに、見てください。これ、
Look at this one.
よく見ると、全部の遺体の腕や足に、リライバーの文様が。
If you look at their arms and legs, you can see the reviver marks. Sometimes games cheat and use similar silhouettes to things we've seen before. I was trying to see if I recognized either of them, but I don't.
他の写真も同様のようです。
I forgot I made his voice so quiet yesterday just so we could get through his thing. Listen, he was talking too long. His death cries were taking far too long. I don't care about Capuchin. Capuchin can stay. They're in the other photos as
確信に
well.
こそ至りませんが、どちらも偶然にしては都合よく揃いすぎていますね。
We can't say for certain, but those details across all the photographs can hardly be called a coincidence. Sad face. If so... Skip. That's my bad. Usually you only bloom on one of them. Hold on to it. I almost said give it to Eaves. Oh. I think they're liars. And now I'm going to exit from the back. And then I'm going to refuse. Actually, just in case I'm nervous. What if I've messed up something? Will that even fix this if I save right now? Oh, well, it's too late. I'm saving. No, thank you. All right. Did we do it right this time? It was one question off. Can't tell if it's like my heartbeat or what, but I hear like a thumping. It could be my literal earphones making my heartbeat in my ear. It's taking a second. It's really thinking about it. At some points, it's got to stop, right? Maybe? Perhaps? Mayhaps? No? Okay. We're going to live here now on this loading screen that on my side says jumping. Go jumping, 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 jumping. It's still jumping. It's trying. It's trying so very hard. Yay! Eaves was breathing heavily as he took his last step towards me. I could imagine him extending his hand to me one more time. Please stop. I insufficiently shut my eyes as I knew very well that I need to turn him away. You're over here crying because of Jujutsu Kaisen's new episode? Oh no! I mean, I read the book, so I'm pretty sure I could guess, but yeah, I actually forgot my sister hadn't read the book when we were watching it together, and I was like, oh no, way too late. And then I was like, this person, they're gonna make me love this person. I instinctively shut my eyes. I already read the manga. Actually, I don't think I think it's cut off. I think it's this area. I know I'm going the wrong way. It's this area right here. You can see Yuji. That's Yuji in a box. My mangas are right behind it, but right on top of Yuji's box is book 19. I haven't read it yet. I also have 20 somewhere in this house. I just don't know where I put it. I haven't read those two yet. I instinctively shut my eyes as I knew very well that I needed to turn him away. Saikut! Did I show you this? Sakura. This is my phone background. It's so flared out. Focus on my phone, please. There he is. Look at that boy. Look at that happy boy. He's so cute. I love him. I want the one where he rips his shirt off. That's what I want. I instinctively shut. I actually have a Sukuna up there, actually. Is he hiding behind? Nope, that's Yuta. He's on the other side. He's closer to Iron Mouse. I instinctively shut my eyes as I knew very well that I needed to turn him away. I must not take his hand. If I was going to end up killing him, I should slap his hand away. I knew I should do that, but what I expected didn't happen. I heard the sounds of explosions and something spreading. What lay ahead of my closed eyes? I slowly and cautiously opened my eyes. There it is! This is the whole reason I bought this freaking game. Look at this. Look at this adorable little moment. Look at this man. These are priorities here. I don't know if I mentioned this because I don't read too much about this. I assumed they were all like in a school together. And it was like a sleepaway kind of school where they had to stay at the school. And this was the school on fire. Anyways. Black petals bloomed magnificently amidst the crimson flames. The Lycris Norigi that were hated by the people as the flowers of misfortune despite the salvation they brought to the land.
俺と結婚してください。
Please marry me. Ah, Eaves! For the first time, they didn't determine life. Instead, they were put into a bouquet to bring people together. We are standing in a field of dead bodies. You're so stupid. Mean words unfit for the situation came out. Why of all times? You do know that you're about to be killed by me, right? Hearing me mumble, Eaves gave a confused smile.
だって君、 俺がどれだけ好きだって言っても、死にたいって逃げちゃうからさ。
It's not like you're giving me a chance, especially when you keep running away from me no matter how much I say I love you.
俺がどれだけ本気か。このぐらいのことをしないと伝わらないと思って。
So I figured I needed to do something like this at least to at least show you how serious I really am. Eaves was really stupid. But beyond that, he was a very strong person. In his hands was a black bouquet made from the flowers that he picked nearby. No matter how many embers got onto them, they continued to bloom boldly. It was as if the flowers had an unwavering will, just like the young man in front of me. But if I take that from you, I'm going to end up killing you.
死なない。
I won't die. You will.
死なない。どんな方法を使っても
I won't
耐えてみ
die.
せる。
I can bear anything that comes to me.
今までだってなんとかなったし、7年前だって顔が焼かれる程度で済んだんだ。
I've survived all this time. Even that day 7 years ago, I ended up with just a burn on my face.
きっと俺は死神に愛されたがゆえに、
Poor dead bodies.
その死に抗える命の持ち主なんだよ。
I'm guessing that I was born, but I was loved by death.
安心して。
Which is why I was born resistant to it, so don't you worry. You were disowned by your parents because of me. I know I needed to slap the bouquet out of Eve's hand to save his life. That makes no sense. The real death doesn't work that way, you know?
じゃあ、もし本当に万が一この手を取って俺が死んだとしたら、
Just imagine, you're like,
俺の後を追ってきてくれる。
close your eyes and picture it. Right. You're in a field. It is on fire. People are dying left and right. And you're like, damn, I need to propose to that girl right there. She's crying. Let's do this. If for some reason I do die taking your hand, will you come after me?
もともと君が死んだら冥界まで追いかけるつもりだったんだ。
I came here with the intention of following you to Hades if I found you dead.
そこで結婚式を挙げるっていうのも死神っぽくて素敵だと思うな。
I figured it'd be pretty neat to have our wedding there. Very appropriate for death. Seeing me look at him in sheer disbelief, he waved the bouquet in front of me once
君
again.
がどれだけ嫌がってもそれこそ死んだって
Eaves, I do not hate you.
この言葉を
Whoa.
届け続けるよ。
No matter how much you hate me, even to the point of death, I will keep repeating these words. His final confession of love. He boldly made his confession as the flames and the toxins eroded his body.
君がどんな存在だろうと、俺は君が背負う仕事、愛してみせる。
I love you, Leah. No matter who you are, I will always love you and the death that dwells inside
だが
you.
その命いらないのなら俺にくれ。
Ooh, that's a good one. So please, if you don't want your life, give it to me.
俺の残るすべての時間を君に捧げるから。
I offer my very self to you for as long as I have left. I felt heat other than the flames on my face. It was no use. No matter how far I ran away, even if I died, he would come for me. That's like a horror movie sentence right there. He would come with fearless resolve, even if it meant going to the depths of Hades. But the fearless resolve of his was, "You're so mean." The joy I felt was unbearable. Toxic tears rolled down my cheeks. I let them out as I cried with all my heart. Yves Noriji was really someone who was born to love death. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was sorry to everyone I had killed and everyone who died because of me. I can't die yet to atone for what I've done. I apologized for my selfishness. After all, a desire bubbled in me that I couldn't fight. A desire to live with him forever. Could you give her the medicine that Sheen gave you to help nullify her current reaction? I took a step forward. I love you. My confession. I couldn't run. I didn't want to anymore. If he was going to offer his life to me, I love you, Eaves. I would offer my life to him in return. I love you so much. I want you, my beloved, to take my cursed life, my new reason to live. I could live with despair if I could be with him a few seconds longer. That was my one and only desire now. Alrighty. I took his bouquet of Lycris Norigis and bent down towards him. There's a lot happening in that. I gently caressed Eve's burn scars and gave him a kiss. Yeah, show the burn side. Our lips joined with the sweet taste of blood. Classic. You finally answered me. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. Will you forgive me? Love the CG. Yeah, this is probably my favorite CG so far. I quite enjoy this picture. Of course. I didn't care if I burned to death. Thank you. Even after death, I will love you forever. My princess of the Lycris Norigis. So will I, my guardian of the Lycris Norigis. Yves and I, the demon that took away their salvation and death, who brought misfortune to others. The flames of punishment devoured us whole. Oh, they died? They're dead now. He never gave her the medicine. Someone translated the French sentences for these salvation endings. Hi, man. Oh, really? What does his say? This isn't salvation. They both died. Oh my god. See, it's hard to say they were meant to be together when they both died in a field together. That's too much. This is a lot. Oh my god. I swear it says the girl's name is Susan. Theirs was the shortest salvation ending ever, actually. Oh my god. I denounce these endings where they don't get to grow up and make beautiful babies. The moment I got into the Atomi Reddit, I see Eaves fan art. That's because he's such a good person. With super long hair that they hide. Someone was talking about how like all of the characters in this game have long hair and the main story route person doesn't. I'm like, so weird. It was just so they could show that his hair got longer. Oh my stars. I'm not over this right now. See? Sheen and her didn't have a moment like that. They didn't have a scene like this at the very end. Aw, no.
なら、俺が次の守護者になるよ。
Then I'll be the next guardian.
俺、リコリスのワージュ好きだもん。だからじい様はもうゆっくりお休みしていいよ。
I love the night Lycris Noriji, so you can rest all you want,
じい様
Grandpa.
や父様たちの代わりに、俺がこの子たちをいっぱい愛するから。
Make sure I love every one of them as much as you and Dad combined. I'm so sad.
け
Eaves.
ど、その代わりに、俺が立派な守護者になったら、
Oh, but if I can become a really good guardian,
好
then
きな女の子ができたとき、お話の死神みたいに、このリコリスの花で求婚してもいい？
can I ask the girl I love to marry me with the Lycris flowers just like you like death in the
そ
story?
れはやめておいた方がいい。この花を直接抜いたら、お
I
前
think
自
it's
身が
best
死んでし
you
まう。
do not do that. If you pick the flowers, you'll die.
何らかの方法で花束を作れたとして、普通の女の子は怖がって受け取ってくれないぞ。
Even if you did make a bouquet out of them, most girls would be too afraid to come near it.
リコリスを喜んで受け取ってくれるのは、それこそ死神の女性ぐらいしか。
The only girl who'd be happy to accept it is the goddess of death herself.
じゃあ俺、死神の女の子をお嫁さんにする。
Then I'm gonna find the goddess of death and marry her.
世界一素敵な求婚を、このリコリスのワージュで申し込むんだ。
I'm gonna propose in the best way with the Lycris Naughty G's.
どうおじい様？いい考えでしょ？
It's a good plan, right, Grandpa? Damn. Far away, the sound of iron being struck could be heard. Much of the institute had been destroyed, so work was quickly underway to fix the facility. But the head of the institute, Sheen Brophy, was sitting down on a bench in Koen. The cool wind coming from the ocean stung the wound where his arm once was.
あら、男前になったじゃない。
Well, you're a lot more handsome now.
皮肉か。
Sarcasm.
そうよ、いいざまだわ。私の可愛い子供たちに手を出し、挙句、そのうちの一人の命を奪った。
Of course, you deserve every bit of it. You harmed my dear children and even took one of them away from me.
殺しても足りないぐらい憎いけれど。あなたには借りがあるし。
I hate you
呪い
to
の
the
解明
point
にこだわっていたのは私
that I
も同
would
じ。
kill you again and again if I could, but I am indebted to you, and I have a curse to resolve. In
一
addition,
番最初にあの子たちを実験体とみなしていたのは私だもの。
I'm also the very person who saw those children to be fit to be part of your experiments.
あの子の死を愚弄する言葉でも吐かない限り、しばらくは殺さないであげるわ。
So as long as you don't speak ill of his death, I'll keep you alive at least for now.
そうか。
I see. Sheen looked up at the sky and responded nonchalantly.
すっかりふぬけたわね。あなた本当にあのシアン？
You seem to have lost your fire. Are you really Sheen? I feel like I'm fine with a reality with them being together in some one of these universes.
素人にあれだけ落ち度を指摘されれば、俺とてそれなりに思うところがあるというものだ。
Having a novice point out so many of my flaws gives me more than enough to think about. Leah said that her body could be used for experiments and tested after she died, but her powers wouldn't manifest in death, meaning there was little to be excited for.
ダハとあたりを後任にして、しばらくは第一線から引くか。
I am going to let Dahat take my position so that I can move away from the front lines.
あなたが研究を放棄するなんて、明日にでもこの国、滅びるんじゃないかしら。
I never expected to see the day you would turn your back on your research. Perhaps the country will fall to ruin tomorrow. Yves Salvation ending sentence translates to until the time comes.
好きに言え。こっちは人間としての感覚を学習するのに忙しい。
Say what you want. I'm busy right now trying to learn emotions and senses as a human being.
クルーンへの借りはいずれ返すつもりではいるが。
I do plan on repaying Karoon one day, but
何せ時間がない。それまであの夫婦の寿命が持つ可能性は。
I don't have the time. Who knows how long those honeymooners will live? What? Salome's face clouded with sorrow. Mathis, a love story with you. Sheen, my first love story. Oh, my first love story? That's an SNSD song. Salome's face clouded with sorrow, knowing their future would be cut short when.
やあ、君が地上へ新たに降りたという元神様かな？
I assume you're the former god that fell to earth. Out of nowhere, a mysterious and ethereal man appeared in front of us.
何者だ？
Who are you? Lucas, a sweet dream filled with bliss. Ooh, gross. That wasn't sweet at all. That was a nightmare. Theirs was the worst nightmare. Are these oxymorons? Okay, we're going to change love to nightmare. Until the time comes, my first nightmare story, a nightmare story with you, a sweet dream filled with nightmares. That was bliss, but just nightmares. They stared at the men with suspicion.
私の名は、かの守護者に呪いの正体を明かした死の番人、アンクー。
The salute from death to an innocent young bride. That means they only wanted her to be with Adolphe, and I cannot accept that. My name is Ankou, the watchman of death who disclosed the truth of the curse to the guardian. The man who had been mistaken for death gave an eerie
愛らし
smile.
い同胞に契約を一方的に破棄され困っていてね。新しい契約者を探しているんだ。
I am troubled now that my beloved partner has terminated our contract. Therefore, I am looking for a new contractor.
シアン・ブロフィワーズ。私の新たな契約者とならないかい？
Scien Brophy, would you like to enter into a contract with me?
君たちが起こした騒動のおかげで十分な準備はこの身の中に整ったのでね。
The commotion you have caused has given me sufficient time to make my own preparations. I also just thought about something. In Ankou's timeline, people died at 18. Because of his efforts, people started to not die until 23. Sheen Brophy in the original timeline would have become a reliver at 18 instead of 23, which means his brain had 5 years less to develop, because he also talks about how his brain could develop more and he could become even better if he could, but he can't because relivers can't grow past what they're at. Which means, theoretically, our Sheen Brophy, because he lived 5 more years than the original, may have had his opinions and thoughts and whatnot kind of changed to match that, which would explain why he was more vicious in Ankou's story. Anyways, Ankou, if you kill my husband, I won't forgive you. You're gonna forgive Ankou if he murders people, because Ankou is Ankou. He's like the Joker from Amnesia. You just have to love him despite murder. The commotion you have caused has given me sufficient time to make my own
それを利
preparations.
用し、この国の呪いに真正面から挑んでみるといい。
I hate this place. You can't. It's all you know now. People making a lot of noise. In reality or in this game? You can use it to face the curse upon this land without resorting to underhanded
彼女
means.
たちが死ぬの
Real
が
life
先
fair.
か、君が呪いに勝つのが先か。
Rather she or her lover dies first, or rather you defeat the curse first.
人間としてあがく君を見守らせてもらうよ。
I will continue to watch your lifelong struggle as a human. The Watchman of Death narrowed his eyes as he remembered the words he exchanged with his former friend. From among those words, a certain title flashed within his mind.
気高き死神、我が友よ。
Noble death, my dear
これよ
friend.
り我ら漂流者の血族は盟友との誓いの証として
The bloodline of the drifter will take on the name of the flowers Noriji as proof of our
唯
pact.
一の心配は君の思い人が害されることがないかだが。
My only concern is that the one you hold dear may be at risk of danger, but
君が予言した通り、この先、神として生まれるブロフィワーズの家系の末裔が道を違えたときは、
according to your prediction, if the Brophy descendant born as a god treads the wrong
彼
path,
の運命の対立者たる、このリコリスを愛す我らが末裔が必ず止めてくれると。
my descendant who will love the Lycorises will face that god and thought him.
その末裔はきっとこの国を大きく動かす救済の象徴、ビルシュとなる。
My descendant will surely become a symbol of salvation that will move this land. That one will become Virche.
ああ、君はこの言葉の意味を
Is
知
the
らないか。
drifter French? Have you not heard that
無理
word?
もない。これは私が外の国の言葉で作った
It's one I
造語というも
coined
のだからな。
from the language of another land. He went on to say that he named it after the boat he was on before he drifted to this
二つ
land.
の言語が使われており、ブロフィワーズのものにはそのうちの一つ、ビルテュエル、仮想の意味を教えたが、実はこの言葉にはもう一つ意味がある。
I combined two words into one. One I shared with Brophy's family. The word virtuel, meaning virtual. The other word
ある
was
種、箱舟という意味だ。
arch, meaning arc.
箱舟に運ばれたどり着いた私の意志を継ぎ、救済が仮想であったこの国に希望をもたらすリコリスに愛されし者。
It's called air salvation, not virtual salvation. Get the title right. As someone who drifted here on an ark, my descendants will bring hope to this land thriving on virtual
そ
salvation.
のこと、もし神たる者が私と君のように絆を育み、
Should they
国を
build
救った
a lasting bond with the
その時は、
human god and bring salvation to this
ビル
country?
シュという栄光の称号を英雄となった二人にいつか会えた時に授けてやってくれ。
I ask that you give this honorable title of Virche to the two heroes should you meet them one day. Don't tell me that the Adolphe ending is supposed to be the main ending with the longest storyline ever, and then tell this to me in Eve's story. Virche is the name of the game. The National Research Institute was attacked by commoners from Cohen. Many were severely injured, with just as many deaths. The institute was partially destroyed, and a portion of the backup data was lost. Eaves and Leah were wanted by the Arpachel royal family, but they earned Sheen's wrath for using his name and forever lost their rights to become relivers. The royal family was thrown into chaos, which distracted them from looking for the two. Those who joined the attack were pardoned, and someone lost the video evidence, making it impossible to prove their crimes. Lucas Proust, also known as Perot, was also wanted, but he fled after the attack. Without the royal family's knowledge, he secretly visited Nadia Proust, who had been transferred into to another hospital. Mathis Claude returned to his normal life while waiting for the return of his butler, who was arrested for illegal research. Casualties were great in Cohen, and the residents sought the death penalty for Leah and the others responsible. But their requests were refused by Sheen Brophy, who stated that they were not involved in the deaths that occurred. He single-handedly ended the blaming. The fact that the talented scientist Sheen Brophy had actually lied about scientific evidence was kept secret, with only a few of Arpachels knowing the importance of why he bent the truth. I was offering a prayer like he did to the guest from beyond the ocean and his descendants sleeping in the family grave. The Lycaris Nordicis were also bowing in unison with the movement of the wind. It was as if they were giving their thanks to the family who raised them to full bloom. A single teardrop fell from my eyes onto the flower's black petals. I'm such a crybaby. I closed my eyes to hold back my tears. I should get going. I picked up the basket sitting next to me and quietly got up from the ground. I can't guarantee that I'll be happy, but I'll do my best and struggle with all my might so that I can say one day that I was glad I decided to live. I am death after all. I won't lose to anyone as easily as before. Please watch over me from heaven, Adolphe. I looked to make sure no one was around.
おかえり。
Welcome back, Leah. Greeting me when I returned was Eaves. You forgot Adolphe died again? Same. He dies so much. Yep, he died saving Leah, which is the opposite of what happened in Adolphe's story. Eaves died to try to help save Leah. Greeting me when I returned was Eaves sitting on the makeshift bed in his usual clothing. Next to him was a fishbowl with Puffy splashing water as if to greet my return. Get back in bed. You have to rest. I hurriedly rushed up his side.
大丈夫、大丈夫。今日はなんだか調子がいいんだ。
Don't worry, I feel pretty good today. Eaves reached out and held my hand, then wrapped his fingers around mine to share his gentle
それよ
warmth.
り、アドルフたちへの挨拶は終わった？
Were you able to say hi to Adolphe? Yes, and I let everyone know our situation. But are you sure it's fine? I know I requested it, but was it really okay to have Adolphe buried in the Norigi family grave?
もちろん。アドルフは俺にとってのお兄さんにあたる人だからね。
Of course.
家族も同然だよ。
Adolphe's like my older brother, which means he's family to me. Plus, he's an orphan, so honestly, he had no family to begin with.
ヒューゴの実家も彼の意思を優先して、近いうちに棺をこっちに移してくれるって。
I forgot about Hugo. Hugo's family respected the will he left, so his coffin should be arriving soon. Which means we can go and see them whenever we want.
うん。今度は俺も歩けるときに一緒に行くよ。
I'll make sure I can walk again and go with you next
ア
time.
ドルフはともかく、定期的に顔を出さないと、寂しがり屋のヒューゴが拗ねちゃいそうだ。
I literally said Hugo died in Eve's route. We were on Scien Salvation. There's so much. Adolphe may not mind, but if I don't show my face every so often, poor Hugo will be so
で
lonely.
も、きっと寂しくないよね。遠からず俺と君も、彼らの元に行くんだし。
Then again, they may not be feeling as lonely as we think, since you and I will be joining them someday soon. You're right. I chuckled, remembering him pouting before. Adolphe and Hugo, many others dear to us, were also mourned since the day a month ago. Immediately after we were engulfed in flames, rain poured down like never before. With the flames doused, we both somehow managed to survive. As for my traits that went out of control, Eaves gave me Sheen's medicine from his own mouth, which temporarily suppressed my power. Was that when they kissed? He's like, watch this, and he like chugged it. No chromosomes were his chromosomes were already tainted, so stopping my powers didn't reverse the effect. Eaves was seriously on the brink of death back then. According to Sheen, Eaves possessed something like antibodies, because he keeps eating the damn licorices. When you said something about Hugo, I was on the phone with your job. Yeah. Technically, I was with security from my job. If they don't get in touch with me, they call the next step up. So my boss gets that call. And if he doesn't answer, then they call his boss. And sometimes they skip that and go straight to his boss. And then his boss is really confused as to why he's getting a phone call when it should start with me. Is that why there's so many Lycra Snoddigis glowing around your house?
そうそう。あれ、実は自分で繁殖させたんだ。球根の状態なら呪いの効果は薄いから。
Divided them so I could grow plenty.
リコリスって案外便利なんだよ。あと、
They're versatile.
球根は食べる
Their
と
bulbs
結
are tasty. You've eaten them? Maybe they should have told Ankou that. Yves had eaten a number of Lycra Snodigi bulbs in the past. His body gained resistance to the toxins, which slowed the tainting of his chromosomes in comparison to others. I then took in his blood when he gave me the medicine by mouth. Ankou, the watchman, appeared later and administered another medicine to me. That was red in color. Finally, my powers subsided. I could vividly remember Sheen's disgusted face after learning that Eve's eating habits actually proved useful in controlling my power. I want to wear a long sleeve shirt now, but it's hot. I'm gonna be hot. I feel that. I'm already warm just wearing this. But it's gonna be cold when I go outside, which is weird. I don't know why it's warmer in here right now. But just because my power was under control didn't mean I could go back to normal life. We were on the run from the people of Cohen and the royal family. The royal family's gonna die. You've got 23 years. So Ankou introduced us to this hideout that we made into our home. Mother, Mathis, and the others had been secretly bringing us food and basic necessities for us to live. Despite their kindness, I could no longer go near them like before. Yes, the antibodies and medicine that were administered were simply suppressing my abilities from going wild. I hate how I grabbed more covers so it wouldn't be cold, and now it's so hot. I feel that when I put the blanket on my laps and I'm like, no, I'm too warm. My power as death hadn't disappeared from me, which meant that I would probably die once I reached 23 years of age. As for Eves, most of his chromosomes had been eroded and tainted by the toxin.
半年持つかどうかかな。
Maybe I can last for half a year, I think. In fact, he had been spending most of his days on a makeshift bed ever since, unable to move like before. He would probably stop breathing the moment he pushed himself beyond his current capacity. Still, neither Eves or I were saddened by our
死
situation.
ぬまでになんとかリコリスを守る次の管理者を見つけないと。誰か引き受けてくれないかな。
I need to find the next guardian of the Lycris before I die. I wonder if there's anyone out there willing to take my role.
君は俺が死んだら後を追うつもりなんだよね。
If I die, you're gonna follow me, right? Of course. That's the promise we made when I accepted your marriage proposal. If you dare tell me now that you want me to live after you die, not only will I be angry, but I'll hate you too.
それは死活問題だ。君に嫌われるなんて、俺にとっては一番の絶望だよ。
Guess that's out of the question then. Having you hate me would be the worst thing that could happen. I thought you were going to live even through despair.
それとこれとは話が別。
That's a different kind of despair. Yves squinted his eyes a bit, and before I could react, aww. He gently tugged my arm towards him and onto the bed. Look at that. I'm confused how he's sitting, but that's fine. Yves gently brought me onto his lap and gave me a kiss. It was warm and sweet. His pulse and warmth had a powerful brilliance despite the fact that he didn't have much time left to live. We remained like that for a few seconds. We kissed and embraced each other as if we were the only two people in the world.
絶望に耐えられるのは君がそばにいてくれるから。
I can endure the despair because you're with me.
君がいなかったら俺の心はとっくに壊れて死に逃げていたよ。
Without you, my heart would have broken long ago. I would have died to escape from life. I would have done the same. But you brought me back to life, even knowing that I was broken. I was close enough to feel his breath. He was no longer hiding the part of his skin where the lycras dwelled. He showed himself to me exactly as he was. I'm so glad I didn't die back then. But I'm so despicable to think that still I can't lie to myself about the happiness I feel by being with you.
その矛盾を抱えながら俺たちはこれからも
And we're gonna live with those conflicted feelings until the end of our lives. Yay! Eaves and I laughed. We showed our smiles to each other despite knowing we were using the hope and lives of others to build our own
大
happiness.
切な人を死なせた罪、救える命を見捨てた罪。
The sins of killing those precious to us, of denying those we could have saved.
許してくれと失ったものの幻影に怯える時が来るかもしれない。
The day may come when we grow afraid of the shadows who have passed and beg them for
悲
forgiveness.
しみに濡れ涙が止まらなくなる時だってあるかもしれない。
There may even be a time when we won't be able to stop our tears. Those things were what connected me and Eaves
その
together.
すべてを分かち合いながら共にいよう。
Let's live beside each other and share all of it together. Yes, even in the midst of despair, I will always stay by your side. I would live on more hideous than death. No matter how hated I was, no matter how many times I blamed myself, I wouldn't lose to any dark emotions that awaited me. I would live for as long as possible, smiling with him, and die when the time comes to repent for my selfishness. I wouldn't worry anymore like Eaves told me. Yes. I moved closer to his chest, arm, and cheeks. I pushed my warmth against him to show that I wanted him to touch me even more. Ew. Eaves responded by embracing me even harder. He then gently touched the lycra's pin in my hair with his burnt and scarred fingertips. Don't show him to me like this and tell me he's covered in scars. You better be prepared now that a scary girl like me captured you. I won't let your soul escape even after you die or go to Hades.
それはこっちのセリフだよ。相手が神だろうが死神だろうが関係ない。
I should say the same thing to you. It doesn't matter if I'm facing God or death.
君が生む死も不幸も絶望もそのすべては俺のものだ。
The death, misfortune, and despair you gave birth to is mine and mine alone. I was the kind, cruel bride of my dear guardian. I swore my undying love for him in the flower field where many lives were
こ
laid
の
to rest.
命をかけて
My life
君を愛してる。
belongs to you forever. Dang. We would never part even when the end came. Black lycra flowers blooming throughout the land blessed us. Their petals rose into the beautiful blue sky.
大切な人たちをたくさん失って、
I lost a lot of important people and turned my back on the rest.
それでも俺
I've
は
decided to love only you, so until
君
the
だ
end
け
of
を
my
愛す
life,
るって決めたんだ。
even after my life ends, please stay by my side, my
どうか
beloved death.
この命が終わる時まで。
Wow.
いや、
Wait, wrong thing. Well, they had probably the cutest CGs. Okay. And he only had 17 photos. Like, how dare? He's the only one that matters. That's not true. Alright, time to get these guys' last photos, and we're done. We've done it at that point. He's missing exactly one, which I'm pretty sure is the bad ending. And then he's missing two, which could be the bad ending and something else. Alright, let's go check the thing, because this person has, or this person, Atomi Kitten has written all the ending titles, so I want to make sure which one I'm missing. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Okay. Chapter, bleh, dead end. Okay, so that one is considering the consequences. That's fine. We're not doing that one. Way to escape. That's also just if you just make one bad choice. Kill me. That's despair. Part 1. Salvation. Okay, so I'm looking for... Evermore ending. Okay. Alright, we're gonna start this back up. We're gonna see if I can get it. This is how you know this game hates me. Look how many this one had. Okay. Alright, we're there. Say his name, say his name. Say his name. Say his name, but it's like Final Fantasy where if you replay it, things are different. Say his name. Adolphe. Tell him everything. Move closer to Adolphe. It's so wonderful. You can do this game. I believe in you. Don't worry about the future. Just load the question so I can auto skip to the next question. Come on, game. I know. Part of me wants to move the camera just so you can see it's constantly loading. It's because I said that I started to move the camera and it's like, no, don't do it. Don't let them see. Don't let them know. Like my camera strategically is put in a spot that Atomi games don't utilize. Accept the work order. I'm his Garatoraton. I'm his robot. Imagine falling in love with a girl after you called her death itself and be like, that's the moment.
それで何があったんだい?
Tell him what happened.
私でよければ話を聞くよ。
I hate that part. Why? Why would you hate that? What's there to hate? So natural to be like, I want this person out of my life. You know what? No, I want them to be my life. That's every day. Oh, I fell in love with you when I called you death and told you to go away, basically. That's the moment. You expect like some sort of heartwarming moment where he's like, you were staring at the lycrises, my horse was
アドルフは信
there.
じられるのに、私の言葉が信じられない?
Actually, that was another thing they could have done because they had that scene where they talked about how the horse only likes people from the orphanage. They didn't even utilize that. Like, Ankou should have showed up when the horse was around and the horse should have acted just fine. And that was your other hint. I trust you. You're so trustworthy. Look at your face. The Lycra Saint? Bro? Wait, does this matter, the order I do this in? Why are you showing it like it does? Does it matter?
王族の連中がそう
I'm doing the options it's showing, but like... You don't have much time. You're right, I didn't click on the button yet. Let's save Ankou and Adolphe, or go to an instant bad ending where you start to experiment me in your underground cave. Choices, choices, choices. I almost did it. I almost clicked on it because when you do the forward thing, the mouse, so this can be used to decide which one you're choosing, doesn't work right after that. You have to use the actual arrow key. First off, I want to lean. I want to lean in a good way. Actually, can't tell if I'm center. Whatever, it's fine. It's loading up. It's loading up. Oh, yeah. I need some time to think. God, have I made a mistake? I'm trusting in this. I'm trusting in this game. I'm not even sure the Evermore ending is the ending I want. I mean, it says it. We're finally reunited. Reunited, and it feels so good. All right. Moment of truth. I need like someone to make a cute thing where you click on the picture and it tells you how to unlock that picture. You're like, ooh, I want that one. It's like, all right. Choose these 6 options, then close your eyes for 5 minutes, and then walk a half a mile, get a coffee, come back with coffee, Click next 3 options. Also, for one last time, go on. Asia wants everyone to know that she still hates Adpol. As of November 30th at 2:27 p.m. her time, she still hates Adpol. Hey, the other one only showed Adolphe. Riding on the wind, Ankou's wish reached Adolphe's ear.
お前が本当に俺なのだとしたら、その絶望は痛いほどわかる。
If you really are me, then I understand your despair very well.
だが、その絶望にこいつを巻き込むことだけは許さねえ。
But I will not let you drag Leah into your
こ
despair.
いつの命は、こいつだけのものだ。
Leah's life is hers and hers alone.
俺たちが感情任せに、結末を押し付けていいものじゃない。
It's not right to push our own feelings onto her. I want this I started to say Adpol. You've done this to me. Adolphe drew his sword out with rage to watch Ankou respond with intense hatred.
この後に及んで綺麗事を。
Still idealistic, are you?
お前は、俺はいつもそうだ。口だけは達者で。
I will always be like that. All talk and no action.
今までも、これからも、現実にしたことなんて一度もなかったくせに。
whether now or in the future, you've never done anything good for her.
お前はまだ一度もこいつが死ぬ瞬間を見ていないから、こいつの命の重さがわからないんだろうな。
You don't understand the weight of Leah's life because you've never seen her die in front of you.
そんなわけないだろうが。
I know how much her life.
ならお前に理解できるか。
You really don't understand, do you?
何を敵に回しても守りたいと思っていた女が。
No matter how many enemies I made, the girl I loved and swore to
暗い
protect.
リコリスの花園の中央で、一人孤独に冷たくなっているのを見つけた時の俺の感情。
Was in a dark lycrous field all alone in solitude. Do you know what it feels like to find her cold and dead?
それは。
That's...
はあ、わからないだろうな。お前は俺の介入のおかげで間に合ったんだから。
Of course you don't. You were only able to make it in time because I intervened.
つい数時間前まで、俺の名前を奏でてくれた細い喉から。
Back then, she spoke my name in a frail voice.
大量の血が流れ、それをリコリスたちが養分として吸って、花びらの先に赤を宿す。
When you say my name, did you mean Adolphe or did you mean Ankou? Because that'd be real weird if she said Ankou and she didn't even know who you were yet. Okay, you're fine. In the next moment, blood poured from her neck, painting the lycruses red and gave them sustenance.
その上、そうだ。きっとすぐに死ねなかったんだろうな。
She probably didn't die immediately after stabbing
探
herself.
検を突き刺した喉の周囲には、苦しみ、爪でかきむしったような跡がついていた。
I found her with deep scratches along her neck where she stabbed herself with a dagger.
そんな絶望的な光景を見ずに済んだお前が、俺は心から羨ましい。
I am envious of you from the bottom of my heart that you have never seen the sight with your own eyes. Adolphe suddenly went pale as if he imagined the horrible scene in his mind.
それでも。
Still, I
こいつを死なせたくねえ。
don't want Leah to die. Hearing him not giving up on salvation, Ankou's eyes widened to their limit when... In the blink of an eye, a huge hole opened up in Adolphe's chest. How the Adolphe crumbled to the ground. In Ankou's open hand, I saw a weapon that I had never seen
俺に
before.
戦う力がないと思い込んで油断してたな。
You let your guard down because you thought I couldn't fight, didn't you? Why?
その武器は今まで
That weapon, you never.
バカだな。お前が言ったんだぞ。
Don't be stupid. You said it yourself, didn't you?
惚れた女の命がかかってる以上、手段なんか選ぶわけねえだろ。
Since the life of the girl I'm in love with was at stake, I had no other choice.
本当にどうしようもない絶望的な状況にのみ使う切り札として徹底的に隠してたんだ。
I've kept this ace up my sleeve to use in a situation where there was no other choice.
そう
Damn it. Adolphe! I did my best to reach out to him, but my fingers couldn't even move. Ankou lifted me up in his arms as I sank into despair, then carried me slowly to Adolphe. Is this like there can only be one? Before Ankou got a gun during that 12-hour stream, I was like, do guns exist in this game? Anytime I think about guns in Otome games, I always think of Norn 9, where the world gets reset every time guns are invented. Oh god, Norn 9. That freaking game. He pointed the weapon at his head. With deep sorrow, Ankou spoke parting words to himself.
少しぐらいはお前のことを理解できると信じかけてた。
I actually believe that I finally managed to understand you just a little.
だが結局、
But in the end,
無力さゆえの絶望を知っているか否かで、俺たちの道は分かれたな。
do you plan on playing the Norn 9 fan disc? So, I played Norn 9 a long time ago. I would probably have to play the game again. Not just that, but I have to play it again so that I'd have it for the VOD. Otherwise, I'm just playing the fan disc stuff. It's a maybe. They did port it to the Switch, and that's what I'm playing all my games on now. But I might only do it if my friends already bought it. Because like I said, I stole this from her. I've already stole one game from her. I'm going to be at her house on Christmas times. So I'm going to see what else she has I could steal. She owned Cupid Parasite, but I bought it because it was so cheap. There is a PO of the love interest story. Well, everything that happens in Norn 9. A POV. Okay. I'm like, go on. Oh, it's Twilight, basically? Is that what I'm hearing? Our paths diverged at the fork of understanding the despair that came from our own powerlessness.
絶望も希望も知らないぬるま湯育ちのお前は、最初の俺よりも無力なんだよ。
You grew up in an environment where you didn't know hope or despair, meaning you were even more powerless than me.
そう俺は
Damn it. Can you see his hair thing? No. Come on, bring it full circle. Let me see the hair tie in his hair that matches the thing on his wrist. You don't really have to play the first game to understand what's happening. They literally recap everything. Yeah, but for posterity, that's why. It should be good. I need to play it so I have it all on stream. I even thought about doing Amnesia again because I never did the DLC for Amnesia either, the additional story. And my friend does have both of those. I can definitely steal both of those from her. The bullet fired and punctured Adolphe's forehead. He fell face down onto the ground, and his body slowly crumbled into ash. I love and hate Amnesia. Same. I have some thoughts about Amnesia. I was explaining this game to one of my coworkers, and I was trying to be very careful and be like, just so you know, it's like a choose your own love adventure for girls. I don't want you to be misguided as I explain what's happening in this game, and then I went in to describe the world that this game is set in. I'm just like, just so you know, it's not just this. And he's like, this sounds interesting. I'm like, I just want you, again, I'm warning you. You're going to see some hot bods. I don't know if you're interested in that. He fell face down onto the ground and his body slowly crumbled into ash. No. No! His body disappeared like melting snow. Ankou! My consciousness faded from the unbearable heartache. Even until the very end, I was unable to fight the pain surging through my body to call Adolphe by name. Fire?
目が覚めたか?
Are you awake, Leah? Adolphe, the person I longed for was not in front of me, as he had passed away long ago. Instead, the one who responded to me was the other Adolphe, who had turned into an immortal being that survived time itself. He held me in his arms. He then quietly walked towards the field of Lycris Norigis that burned in crimson flames.
もうすぐだ。俺たちの終わりは。
It's almost over, our end.
普通の傷では俺は死ねないが、
I can't die from normal
毒
injuries,
素を
but
大量に含んだリコリスの花をすべて燃やし尽くせば、解放された毒素が俺の抗体を上回り、
once all the lycrises are burnt, they'll release enough toxins into the air that will overwhelm my
不老
antibodies.
不死の化け物さえ殺してくれる。
I'm sure it'll be enough to kill an undead monster. So he was saying he was going to die with me. But you can't. If the toxins release into the air, it will spread all over the country, killing everyone.
いらないだろう、こんな国。
Who needs a country like this? Huh? It's beautiful. He's beautiful. He doesn't care about anybody. He held me even more strongly.
こんな国に生まれなければ、お前は普通の幸せを手に入れることができたんだ。
If you hadn't been born in this country, you could have lived a life of happiness like anyone else.
お前一人不幸になることを強いたこの国の運命と、この国の王となったダハト。
I will never
俺は許
forgive
さない。
this country for destroying your happiness or Dahat for becoming king. With that said, Ankou took out a vial from his pocket containing a strange colored liquid. He took out the matches I gave him before it, then tossed it with the vial behind his back. 7 years ago, the same fire that burned Eve's face was now spreading rapidly across Lycris's field. The toxins in the air increased and a more intense pain began to surge through my body.
苦しいよな。悪い。でも汚染の発作は一瞬だ。
I'm sorry it must hurt a lot, but your current contamination should end quickly.
本来なら、花畑を燃やすことで、また毒素を大量に吸収することになるだろうが。
Under normal circumstances, burning the field of flowers should bring out the toxins, which should be more than enough, but
お前も知ってる通り、これは発火性だからな。
as you know, matches are highly combustible.
俺が火種に使った薬品と合わせれば、汚染よりもはるかに早く焼け死ねる。
Combined with the medicine I used to start the fire, it'll burn us to death much faster than your cells can be contaminated. Thanks, Ankou. You're so thoughtful. Ankou looked at the black field of flowers that were supposed to be proof of his friendship with a dear friend, and he began to walk, burning the fields along the way. The toxins spread across the land, heralding the destruction of our Pachel. The Watchman of Death had become death incarnate.
このリコリスノアージュの花畑を燃やせば
This is the last one. Burning this field of Lycris Noraji will bring us to our end.
ここからならいつものあの海辺もよく見える。
This place will be able to see the ocean well from here.
ああ、ちょうどいい。 ここをお前と俺の死に場所にしよ
う。Perfect. This is where we'll both die, Leah. I could hear the sound of screaming in the distance. I tried to tell him to stop, but my voice failed me as smoke began to burn my throat. But he was right.
どうだ。さっきの発作よりもまだ煙の苦しみの方がマシだろ。
Suffering from the smoke is much faster than the agonizing cell mutation. Gosh. I couldn't deny that. And besides, I couldn't bear to live through the pain of suffering of a world where Adolphe didn't exist. Therefore, as he desired, Adolphe and Ankou, this place where I made dear memories of those two who were precious to me. You weren't paying attention. It's Ankou. How could you?
Oh.
One of my favorite game trailers released a new trailer for Like a Dragon 8. Ah.
どうも静かだと思ったら。
No wonder it's quiet.
まだ火に焼かれていなくても、これだけ煙を吸えば気も失うか。
Breathing in all this smoke will make you unconscious for dying from the flame.
ここに来るまでもずいぶん連れ回したし。
I dragged you with me all the way here.
疲れさせて悪かった。
Sorry for tiring you out like this. I gently spoke to Leah, who had already lost consciousness. Crimson spread across the field, and the end of this country became a reality in front of my eyes. This inferno of crimson wasn't what I wanted her to see. I wanted to show Leah Arpachel with the curse gone and the lycrases blooming beautifully in white and red. There's a PC game show today. I didn't know. I was literally jumping and shaking. I haven't played Like a Dragon, but a pathetic man like me was unable to fulfill a simple wish like that.
なあ。
Say, Leah?
どうしてお前のそばにいたのがよりにもよって
I wonder why such
無力な
a
俺だっ
useless
たんだろう
man
な。
like Adolphe was allowed to be by your side.
もしもお前の運命がイブだったら。
If the man you were destined to be with was
お
Eaves,
前はもっと早く死神の異名を振り払おうとする勇気を持てたかもしれない。
maybe you could have given each other the courage to stand up against your nickname, Death.
絶望的なことがあっても、あいつの不屈の心がきっと希
Like
望
a
に
Dragon is
導い
part of
て
the
くれた。
Yakuza series. They decided to change the name Yakuza to Like a Dragon. I know they had a game that was literally called like Yakuza Like a Dragon, and they had Like a Dragon Yujidib or something. And then I didn't know they'd changed the whole franchise. I'm sure it would have led you to hope with an unwavering heart, no matter how much despair you face.
今だから言えるが、ずっとお前にイブを選んでほしいと思ってたんだぞ。
I can tell you now that I actually wanted you to choose Eaves in the end.
きっと俺の代わりにお前を救ってくれると思ってたから。
Spoiler alert, he didn't. I thought he could be able to succeed in saving you when I couldn't. Or maybe...
想像力のあるマティストだったら。
If you had chosen Mathis with his
自分
imagination,
が無限の可能性を持つ人間だってことに気づいて。
Like a Dragon Gaiden came out the same day as Virche and Tales of Arise DLC, I was losing my mind. Well, again, I have never played it, so I was pretty excited for this one. Yay! I mean, I've always wanted to play the Yakuza series just because I think I said this before. You can go to an arcade. What? You might have been able to see limitless possibilities in front of you.
今までとは 全く異なる未来への道を進む
Maybe
ことができた
you
か
could
も
have
しれ
walked a
ない。
completely different path in another future. Wink, 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 wink.
さすがに、ブローのリュカと恨みのあるシアン・ブロフィワーズは進める気になれないが。
Mention Hugo. Do it, Ankou. Say Hugo's name. Hugo was a viable option, even if the game didn't provide it to me, even if Hugo was already in love with another person, even if that person was a man. You don't know. He could swing both ways. People do that. I can't say I'd recommend Lucas, who was Burrow, or that despicable Sheen Brophy, but...
あの二人でも、お前に与えられるものは確かにあったはずだ。
Lucas did terrible. Lucas did a terrible job, Ankou. Don't you worry. And Sheen actually had a happy ending. They might actually have kids in the future. That's what happened there. I'm sure either one would have been able to do more for you.
他者の追従を許さぬ強さと、本当に大切なものを見失わない一途さと誠実さ。
They both had unrivaled strength and determination that kept them from losing sight of what was important to them.
間違いなく悪人ではあるが、揺るがぬ自我と定めた信念を最後まで貫くことのできる鋼の意志。
While they may both be villains, they each had an unshakable ego and a will of steel to make their dreams a reality.
どいつもこいつも羨ましい。
I envy every last one of them.
お前に何も与えてやれないのは、本当に普通な俺だけだったんだ。
I was only Adolphe, and nothing more, a normal human who couldn't give you anything.
けど、やっとお前のためにしてやれることを見つけた。
But finally, I finally found something that only I could do for you.
お前の孤独な死を一度見ている俺だからこそ。
I've seen you die a lonely death as Ankou.
お前が死を望むほど苦しんでいるとき、迷わず共に死ぬことを選んでやることができるんだ。
When you suffer to the point of seeking death, I can fulfill your wish without hesitation.
もう二度とお前を一人では死なせない。
I will never, ever let you die alone again.
ずっと俺がそばにいる。
I will always be by your
間
side.
違っても誇れるような役目じゃないが、
I know my role isn't anything to be proud of, but
これが暗空としてお前に捧げられる世界で唯一の愛の形だ。
I, as Ankou, can offer you love that can't be found anywhere in this world. I brushed her ash-covered cheek so that I could see her pale skin blooming with lycrases. With trembling lips, I gave her a gentle kiss.
これが二度目のキスだって。お前は知らないんだよな。
You don't know that this is my second kiss with you? When did he kiss her before? Was it when she was dead? Did you kiss her dead body?
おやすみ。
Good night, Leah.
この口づけで永遠の死を誓い合って。
With this kiss, I give you my vow of eternal death.
終焉を迎えよ
Let's face it together. An end to my eternal life and journey. You were born again many times into despair, but with this, I would end your horrible fate. I would finally reap your life as death once and for all. How dare you consider this a despair ending? one true ending. But is that the last ending I needed? Let's see. Evermore. Not gonna lie, I thought it was Salvation ending. Salvation ending was her ending up with Adolphe. But it felt like a Salvation ending. There. Wait, who is Eternal Journey. There might be one more ending. These endings are driving me crazy. Why? Are you not in love? Are you not feeling it?
君を絶望させるだけの世界なんてなくなってしまえばいい。どれだけあがいたって、運命が君を奪っていく。
Let the world fall to ruin if I can only offer you despair no matter how much I struggle. Fate always takes you from me. I'm so tired. Please save me. Let us face the end together. Oh, I'm in love with burning this game. That's so rude. So he kissed her when she was dying. Ah, there's still one more photo I'm missing. Okay, so this might be the despair thing I just saw. He's still missing the photo right here. Why is his right here that's missing? Okay, let's go look at our routes real quick. Yay, flowcharts. All right, Eternal Journey. It says Despair End. Let's just make sure. That's Despair. Okay. I'm so confused. What is the choice here? Try to stop him. I doubt this is right, but there's a despair ending I have not gotten. This is probably not going to do it. I don't know. It doesn't tell me. Does not tell me. I doubt that's the right one. Let's see. It says save number 5, but at no point does it say save to create it to 5, so that's why I'm really confused. Okay, it wants me to load save number 4. So I see. Oh god. Did I save it all during this one? I didn't realize it was missing 2 endings, so that's my bad. Let's see. Did I make any saves on this redo? No, I didn't. Okay. Sorry, we gotta do that one more time. Flow chart. Did I mess up? Just in case, let's not risk making one wrong choice early on and having to re-go through all of that. I don't want to do that again. No, thank you. But hey, we're almost there. We almost did it. We're almost done. This should be the last route. It's a despair route. What a way to end. Say his name. Tell him everything. This is so much better. Was it not amnesia? Caller X Malice? There was one game that did not have auto skip, and I was dying playing it. I think it was Caller. It's so wonderful. Just watching the jumping word. Nope. There, now I'll show it. I'll move my camera temporarily. Temporarily, maybe. Oh god. Oh, won't let me. Oh dear, did I mess up? What did I move? Nothing? Okay. Oh, there it goes. Oh, as soon as it stopped. That's so messed up. Never mind. Accept the consequences. Oops, not what I meant to say. And then once we get this ending, I'll give my final thoughts, which is my, I don't know, favorite part. I don't really know. Hope we get the last CG before you have to go to work and be done with this game. It's actually not work. I'm gonna hang out with a friend today because I haven't seen them since August. No, September. It was September. But it was like the first week of September, so we haven't hung out in a while. So I asked them if they had time today. It's like, I do trust you. And then after we get to the one where I have no choices, I'm good until about 2. A little bit before 2 would be best because I got to leave before 2. So as long as we're done in the next 45 minutes, should be fine.
は信じられるのに、私の言葉が信じられない?
I'm being real, Ankou. You're the only person I trust. You let the world burn for me. And I gotta say, that's an attractive trait. In fact, if Lucas was more like that, Lucas probably would have won me over. He's like, sure, I'm killing all these people because they're not you. Like, you're all I've ever cared about. And my sister. But I'll kill her if she becomes a reliver.
王族の連中が
That's a little dark, but... Alright, now we're gonna save, even though it's... We should be fine. We should be fine. We should be on our way. Little dark. I love dark romance, though. Dark romance, it's like, it's a little... I don't want it in my life, to be very clear. I don't want that. But in a story... romantic. Blame Phantom of the Opera, okay? I watched that movie way too many times when I was a kid. I loved The Labyrinth as a child because in my head canon, Sarah and Jareth were flirting the whole time. We're playing a Dark Atomi game. It's fine to be dark for the game. There we go. Yeah, see, it's not me. It's just how the game's made me. Man, the time between this and this part is so far. She has been tortured for weeks. Whew. I just assume he had another clone already waiting when he did this. Or he was just faking it. He's just out here faking it. He's like, I just want to be in the cage with her. I just want to mess with her a little bit. Please? And they're like, fine. The moment you said Little Dark, I was thinking, I mean, we're playing dark game right now. Yeah, but like, I could go darker. I don't know if I could find an Atomi game that's darker than this. I mean, this is the second one I've played that's been rated M, though. And you would think that would be a little bit more risque. Like, friggin' Lover Pretend. He was shirtless and very suggestive. Let's see. Okay, hang on. I want to respond to you. Did I mess that up? Virche is more dark than If Tempest? Really? I mean, this is a pretty dark game. There's so much blood all the time.
Huh?
Try to stop him. Interesting. I don't even know if making these saves. I'm making saves because this part's a little muddled in the description of what to do because it's like save here, load here, save here, load here. So I don't know if because I'm just skipping the save here's originally because I don't need that. I'm just trying to get one of the endings. But what if I've saved at the wrong point or something or made the wrong choice after it said that? Try and stop him. This should get us the despair ending. The despair ending should have a photo. It says a cutscene should play once all the despair endings for Lestat are cleared. This should be the last one. It does also say there's another ending, but it says like load save file 5. And then a cutscene should play. Now that is the one where I'm confused about. Because it doesn't have like, this is the ending you're getting. It just says a cutscene. Let's find out if we've done it. I just want an Atomi game where you get kidnapped by like demons or monsters or something dark like that, and like you're being held captive, you know. Lee called for Adolphe, but it wasn't him, it was the Watchman of Death. It was then that Adolphe finally realized Ankou's true identity.
こいつを失った。未来から来た。俺。
You're me from the future where Leah passed away. A future that Adolphe may have reached. He immediately understood that possibility, but he still wouldn't allow her to die with him.
とにかく、そいつを離せ。
Let go of Leah, Ankou.
お前が誰だろうと、そいつをこのまま放置して死なせるわけにはいかない。
Doesn't matter who you are, I can't let her die like this.
なら、何ができるって言うんだ。
And what do you propose?
無意味な治療を施して、死ぬのを先延ばしにし。
Are you going to try and heal her needlessly just to keep her alive?
死を願うほどの苦痛をより長くこいつに与えるつもりか。
Do you plan on dooming her to pain worse than death?
それが惚れた女を救うためのお前の対処とやらなのか。
Is that your way of truly saving the girl who you fell in love with? Watch him. Oh, you can't see him. He's not got his hands.
違う。もっと別の方法だ。
There's another way. Adolphe managed to voice a sliver of hope that had just came to
一か
mind.
八か。この国の外に出て、そいつを治療できる医者を探す。
This is a long shot, but I'm thinking of taking her outside the country to look for a doctor who can treat her.
シアンを超える研究者など、この世界に生まれているわけが。
You will never find a scientist elsewhere who can surpass Sheen.
そんなの探してみねえとわからねえだろ。
You'll never know unless you take action
俺
now.
はこいつの命を諦めない。まだ告白の返事だってもらってねえんだ。
I won't give up on her yet. I haven't gotten her reply to my confession.
こいつを助けるためなら、どんな脆い希望にだってすがりついてやる。
If it's to save Leah, I'll cling to any hope I possibly can
そ
find.
の言葉、後悔するなよ。
So never regret what you just said. Ankou lifted Leah in his arms and handed her over to Adolphe. Ankou looked on as she breathed with pain, knowing a new despair awaited in their future. Half a year later, no miracle had occurred. Every doctor we met said that she couldn't be cured. The only option was to extend her life. With no other place to go, we ended up on shores of an unknown country with only pain to share among us. It hurts. Please kill me. She kept pleading to me in
これ
silence.
で、君もよくわかっただろう。
I hope you can finally see what you've done. The Watchman of Death mercilessly spoke to me from behind as she lay limp in my
必
arms.
ずしも生かすことが救いになるとは限らない。
Keeping one alive does not always mean that you've saved
こ
them.
れ以上、彼女のことを苦しめたくないのなら、
If you do not want her to suffer any longer, then
殺してやるべきだ。
you must kill her. Hearing the words I spoke, I drew out the dagger she gave me and raised it into the air with both hands. My hands shook violently. I couldn't do it. Just as I was about to let go of the dagger, Adolphe, thank you. What had I done? I didn't wish for a miracle to happen just so I could hear her thank me in a voice filled with despair before I could say anything. I swung my arm down and drove the blade through her chest, a single blow the moment she asked for it. The girl I loved. I quickly brought an end to her and our time together. I killed her. I really killed her. and in the worst way possible with her heart full of despair.
すまない。
Lee,
すまない。
what have I done?
俺はお前に
What have I done to you? No matter how much I cried out to her with regret, she would never return to me.
第二の漂流者。
Second drifter. Ankou put his hand on my shoulder as I cried.
今から本来の故郷に戻る気力はあるかい？
Do you have the strength left to return to your homeland?
あるわけ。
Of course not. Black blood flowed out of Lee as I held her hand.
俺はもうどこにも行かない。死ぬまでここに。こいつのそばで共に朽ち果てる。
He stabbed her in the chest. Why is he covered? I won't go anywhere. I'm gonna stay by Leah until I die. We'll rot here
お前
together.
があのリコリスの花畑で終わりを選ぼうとしたのと同じように。
Just like how she chose the Lycris field as a place where she would
俺
die.
の死に場所は今ここで決まったんだ。決めたんだ。
I have made my decision here and now that this is where I choose to die.
それがこいつを無理やりに生かし苦しめてきた。
This is my punishment for forcing her to live through the pain. What I did for her wasn't anything close to salvation. I only prolonged Leah's suffering. Again and again, I ignored her silent pleas for me to release her from her life. I disregarded her request so that I was only fitted to die too.
あいつと同じ場所に行く資格なんて。
I don't have the right to follow her where she went. Ankou accepted my resolve with
君と彼女が真実に近づくにつれ、もしやとは思ったんだが、
It bothered me ever since you two found your way closer to the truth.
結局、アドルフという男は何をどうあがこうとも、
Now that I realize that Adolphe is a man who can do nothing no matter the effort.
大切な女一人守れない。
He's
無力な普通の人間だったというこ
he is
とか。
simply a normal human powerless to protect the girl he loves.
だが、
But
決断次第で、君は生きた彼女と再会し、救うことができる。
depending on your choice, you can see her again and try to save her.
そう私が言ったらどうする？
What do you say to that?
何？
What? The Watchman of Death presented me with the sweet fruit known as a miracle.
時を超える技術。
The technology to leap through time.
つまり、お前と全く同じ運命をたどった末に、その装置を奪うことができれば。
In other words, by stealing the device and following the same path that led to it,
俺は生きているこいつともう一度出会えるんだな。
then I can go back and see Leah alive again.
ああ。だが失敗すれば、より深い絶望に彼女を突き落とすことになるかもしれない。
But should you fail, she may be plummeted into an even greater despair.
それと、口で言うほど簡単なことではないよ。
One other thing, it's not as easy as it sounds.
私と同じ人生をたどるということが何を意味するのか、
Do you truly
本当
know
に理解しているのかな？
what it means to live and experience the same future I did?
この技術が確立されるのは数十年どころか100年以上先。
This technology was developed hundreds of years from now.
その間にむごたらしい同じ実験を施され、人を外れた不死の化け物になり、
During which time I was experimented on gruesomely and became an undead monster.
死を願っても死ぬことができない。
An existence that cannot die even if I wished.
その絶望と孤独を耐え続けた末に、あの時に戻ることができたとしても、
Even if you can endure the despair and solitude and find your way back to the past,
人間だった 頃の面影がまるでないこの姿では、
You will lose your appearance as a human.
アドルフとして認識されないだろう。むしろそこには、すでに彼女が慕うアドルフが先にいる。
Which means she will no longer see you as Adolphe. The Adolphe she adores will exist outside of you in that future.
アンクーでは、永遠に気持ちを傾けてもらえない。
I accepted your feelings, you jerk. She will never understand nor accept your feelings as Ankou.
その絶望を食らう覚悟が、
Do you truly have
君
the
に本
courage
当にあるのかい？
to taste such despair?
当たり前だ。
Of course. I have no doubt in my
こい
mind.
つを救うことができれば、それでいい。
It's fine as long as it means I can save
たと
Leah.
え救った先の未来で、こいつの隣にいるのが俺以外の人間でも構わない。
After I save her, it doesn't matter if she's standing next to someone other than me. No,
俺じゃ。
it shouldn't be me. It was at the very least, Adolphe was not fit to become a hero to Leah. There had to be a better fate available to
で
her.
は、彼女を導く死の番人の役目は、君へと託すとしよう。
I'll entrust you with my role as Watchman of Death to guide her.
お前はどうするんだ？
What are you gonna do?
私は彼女が死ぬ瞬間を2度も見てしまったからね。
I've seen her die in front of me twice now.
もう限界なんだ。
I'm at my limit.
これ以上、この心がきしんでしまう前に、
Before my soul is crushed any further,
自分で自分を終わらせたい。
I wish to bring an end to my life. With that, Ankou took out some kind of iron weapon to kill himself with and pointed it at his heart. But his decision was without much meaning, so
なら、
let me help.
うん？
I moved away from Leah and faced Ankou, his eyes filled with
俺
despair.
だって、お前自身だろ。
I'm you, aren't I?
だから、断言できる。お前は絶対に自分で引き金を引けない。
Which means you're not going to be able to pull that
死
trigger.
にたいと願う気持ちは本物でも。
I don't doubt that you want to
あ
die,
いつの
but
ことを考えるだけで、もう一度会いたいという思いが溢れて。
I watched him
Choose
do it before, actually. I bet you're still hesitant about it because you want to see her
ずっ
again.
とそんなことを繰り返して、自分で自分を絶望させてきたんじゃないのか。
You've been through this again and again, dragging yourself deeper into despair. I didn't like him, but I was him, so I understood how he felt.
当たりだよ。まるで私の
Don't
奇
lie,
跡
Ankou.
を
I've watched you shoot
実際
yourself
に
in the
見て
chest
きたか
more
の
than
ようだ
once.
ね。
I've watched you shoot him in the chest once. You're right, it's like you know exactly what I went through.
だが私はもう、その彼女を思う自分の感情すら憎
I
らしい。
already hate how much I care about her.
だったらなおさら、俺に任せろ。
If so, then leave the rest to me. I took the weapon out of Ankou's hand and wrapped my fingers around the trigger. How do you know it's a trigger? My target was his chest, which held his desperation for both life and death.
二度目の絶望を与えた責任を取って、その躊躇と未練ごと、殺してやる。
My fault that you had to feel despair twice. I'll kill you and your regrets at once.
感謝する。
I appreciate it.
彼女を頼んだ。
I leave her in your
君の
hands.
永遠の旅路に、どうか
May there be
希
hope
望があらんことを。
in your eternal journey. I saw off Ankou as he met his end and crumbled into ash. I then went to Leah and held her hand as she slept.
すぐ迎えに行く。待ってろ。
I'll come and get you. Just you wait, Leah. What if this opens a whole new story route?
この先何度、絶望を繰り返すことになったとしても。
Wouldn't that be funny? No matter how many times this despair repeats itself,
俺はお前を
ず救ってみせる。
I promise you I will save you in the end. Always. The ad holds me. There really isn't a good ending for Ankou though, which is because this is considered his despair ending. The other one is considered Ankou's despair ending. See, Ankou deserves better. He does! I feel like there should be an option where you pick him. I mean, she's just a silly girl. I could see her falling in love with anybody. I'll see Leah alive again. I want to see Leah alive. Leah isn't alive. Leah still isn't born yet. Why? This is technically a flashback, honestly, so part of me's like, eh. I don't want to be alone. I'd rather die. But still. I want to see you alive.
Hajimemashite, Shinigami no Ojo-san.
Nice to meet you, fair lady of death.
私はこの国の死の番人、アンクー。
I'm the watchman of death, Ankou.
悲劇に嘆く麗しい姫君に、とある契約を持ちかけるべく冥界より馳せ参じた。私との約束を果たしたら、君を普通の女の子に生まれ変わらせてあげる。
This is a flashback scene with their voices overlapped. Finally reunited. I won't let you die in me again, ever. I will protect you this time, even if it means that I kill my very own self who got in the way of your salvation before.
お前が笑って生きられる未来のためなら。
What did I do? Oh, I clicked a button. Oops, I didn't get to finish reading it. Oh well, I did it. Who cares? It's fine. Am I still missing a picture for Ankou? Yes. What is this? Adolphe? Do I have all? I have all of Adolphe's. What the heck is that his arm? What is blocking this? There is one other thing it said I could do. I'm not sure if it's the right thing. We're gonna load this really quick. Dude, it is getting dangerously close to when I need to be on my way. I'm sure they'll understand if I'm late. But I was playing a game. Okay. But we finally reunited. Did I do it? Question. Oh god, the first comment I see on this thing is this game's got me in a chokehold. I swear to god. Where is this picture? Is it this? What is this picture? I don't know this picture. What is this picture? What? Did my game glitch? We're not doing that. We're not gonna do that. You're not about to look for it? You don't understand. I'm a completionist. I don't care about the route. I want to know where the heck this picture is. Wait a sec, 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 wait a sec. Is it the common route? Is this a picture I should have unlocked during the common route or something? Alright, well, while we're struggling to figure out what the heck's going on, somebody tell me where this picture came from. I see a beautiful fan art of him showing off his back. That's gorgeous. That is not what I'm looking for. Atomi kitten, tell me, what am I missing? Okay. Because Eaves, that's their introduction. That's their introduction. That's kind of their introduction. That's both from the, okay. Okay. Okay, I think I got it. I don't got it. Oh god, I don't got it. I don't know. Okay. I need a picture with I got it. I think I got this. There's a CG here. It acts like it's a normal CG though. Hang on, let's see. Choice, yes. CG, no. Unread, yes. Ankou right there. No CG. CG, yes. No Ankou. CG, yes. No Ankou. Okay, okay. Okay, that's the one where she kills herself. Okay. It only says there's one CG with him in it in this sequence. There's not like I'm... Oh, no, no, no. Hang on. I'm more confused. Unless it doesn't tell me if I didn't get the CG. Maybe there's a CG that you get here, but you have to make the right choices prior. Let's go back to Atomi Kitten's main page for this, because maybe it's in... I don't want your review. I like you, but I don't need that. Synopsis. Act 3. La Salud. All right, let's see if there's a common route choice I've missed. We'll talk about this. I gotta leave soon anyways. So far from this game, I'll say Eaves is a very good character. I liked his story. The problem I'm gonna have with all of these, I got OCD, so seeing missing GGs drive me crazy, but hell, I'm not about to go through it. If I'm done, then I'm done. I am not done if all the CGs aren't unlocked. That's my definition of being done. I'm assuming it's in this route because everyone had 2 photos at the very beginning and he does not. Do you not have a search feature, my friend? LCG's common. What's this called? Act 1. Is this Act 1? Wait a second. Oh no, this is Act 2. But okay, Eaves. My complaint's gonna be that I feel like every good ending should have something good about it. They both died, which sucks. And makes it feel like not the real ending. I think that's part of it. It makes it feel like it's not a good ending. Lucas's ending, everybody dies in that one, and I felt like his sister at the very least should have lived. Like, just the very least, just one person survive. Like, even if she still killed herself, I feel like the sister should have been spared that. That is a me thing. And then Mathis's story, I almost could have done without Mathis if I'm being real. Mathis was fine as a person, but I did not care for him. Eaves, Sheen, and Mathis is your top boy. Sheen's story, at least at the end of it, you still end up in a good spot, which Ankou deserved better, but I saw a picture of him and her as if they were together in a different reality, and maybe they are. Maybe that's what the fan disc turns into. Sometimes they have a common route, like how to get places on a common route. I feel like it has to do with the choices in this. Good gracious. We're gonna speed run this. I bet Mother can explain it much better than I could, especially since she is in the middle of her explanation already.
そう言わずに。先生は久しぶりに
君の声が聞きたいのです。
Teacher would like to hear what you say after all this time. Well, if you insist. I dove deep into my memories to come up with the best answer I could. If I recall correctly, I don't care about this. Go ahead and make all the bad choices. You will forever hate Adpol. Adpol's story, I feel like definitely could have had some stuff cut out of it. He had just, it was dragging. Like, we played 8 hours before the 12-hour stream. That means that chapter was 20 hours. And I know they combined Ankou and him together. They didn't have to do that. They did not have to do that. Oh, how dare you. Oh, don't do this to me. Damn it, game. I need to get out of here soon. Oh, goodness. One more time, the opening song, yeah. This is just to remind you, hey, look at all these guys. Show me Ankou like he's a bad guy when that's a bad guy. Eaves, you deserve everything. Wait, what about that picture? I never saw that picture. What about that photo? I didn't see that photo. When did he hold her in his arms in the Lycris field and she held a single Lycris in her hand? Huh? Huh? Tell me that. How dare you make me sit through that opening sequence? Well, it's a hot photo and I'm mad at them. Oh, do not do this to me. I'm not. I said unread text.
はじめまして。私はこ
I
の国
know
の
who
死の
you are. Should I be saving when I do this? Don't accept. I stopped to contemplate my decision, assuming I believe what he said. That doesn't change the fact that I've brought misfortune. For all I know, even if Yves survived, he might be suffering from some after effect. Even if I did want to die now, Ankou took the dagger from me and disappeared. Oh, I looked up into the sky. Maybe I should head to the beach and think about my next course of action. Am I gonna get kidnapped by Sheen in this? Gazed out to the quiet waves as a thought flashed through my mind. If only I could be washed away and let myself sink to the bottom of the ocean. I felt pathetic at the thought that suicide had become my focus instead of repentance. What should I do? I can't go back to the orphanage now. As I walked along the shore, the tip of my foot kicked something small on top of the rocks. I bent down to pick it up and discovered a beautiful bottle filled with water and flowers. It's so pretty. I wonder who this is. Just as I mumbled those words, I heard footsteps coming from behind me. I turned on my heel expecting to find Ankou following me, but my mouth was covered with a wet cloth before I even had a chance to turn around. I instantly felt drowsy and my eyelids grew heavy. My consciousness began to fade. I did what I could to resist, but the person behind me had a firm hold on my body. Ankou? The person behind me laughed scornfully. I felt myself being tossed onto their shoulder and carried away. I wasn't able to save a single person. I was merely a cursed girl spreading misfortune onto others. My body was cut open numerous times, so long as I still had the breath of life in me. I was submerged into a cold solution as soon as I lost all human functions. I wished that I was truly dead. The torture continued endlessly until I was finally released into the merciful hands of death. Okay, not that one. Okay, not that choice. Man, and that option was there the whole time. I better first confirm whether or not I believe you, weird guy. Well, look, there was another way to die this whole time. This game, come on. I'm gonna save over this now. Aren't you gonna help? Ooh, is this a bad ending? I don't even remember.
だがさすがに放置はできねえだろ。
Can't just leave her alone. I hurriedly insist we helped her. The soldier suddenly grabbed her arm. Hugo and Adolphe expressions turned grim, not expecting the guard to resort to aggression so soon.
それじゃ
To leave her alone before this gets ugly. You mind coming with me? Huh? Towards the guards. I'm getting a headache even though I'm not even playing this. I'm just trying to get to new information. I'm trying to pick all the air options to see if that's what unlocks the CG of him I don't have. Honestly, the yes actually was an air option for his. I remember being like, ooh, that's not good. Get all the static we can. Except for the first one, because it leads to death. If I don't finish and find this photo in this stream, I will just have to post it on Instagram with the information. Leave him alone. Just leave him alone. Oh, I can't skip. Those were nothing I could say to him that would ease his pain. If I didn't try to stop Mathis back in the garden, perhaps he might have been able to land a blow on his brother's killer, even if I accomplished nothing and instead led Mathis to paying the ultimate price. It was clear that Mathis didn't stand a chance with Burroughs' first struck. Alrighty. I'm just trying to get the errors. I'm just trying to see what happens with all the errors. Like, what does this even do? Oh god, I don't remember this matters. I think he lets you do both. Ask about the mutilation. I don't care. Capuchin. Capuchin's still on silent. Ask about the murders. Alright, let's see. It can't be helped. Now let's reload that. There we go. It isn't your fault. Cannot skip. I wasn't of any help back then either, but...
Mathis-kun?
Why does it act like I can't skip right after the choice? Like... Oh no! Oh no! It's probably for the best that I don't go near her. I should ask her to wait while I go find one of the staff to help. I wasn't sure what she read from my expression, but...
やっぱりこんな木の枝みたいに細いからだ。
It must be scary to see someone all skin and bones like me. The moment I heard the loneliness in her voice, the idea to leave ever evaporated because I didn't respond to her simple request right away. I ended up making her feel sad. I internally scolded myself as I quickly put on a smile. Okay, if you don't mind, I slowly crossed the room. Oh, God. You hurt my baby. My sweet little angel. She can't walk. She can't pick things up on her own. Oh, my heart still hurts for her. Okay. I didn't do that. I'm gonna hit the other one. Okay. Yeah, be quiet. My instincts told me to seal my lips. Eaves is the only one with the right to say anything because it's his business. Nadia's #1 best side character in this game. Nadia is the only side character in this game that's not evil at some point. He might change his work order. I was doing my best to somehow hold back my emotions, but
そこの娘も含め、俺の言葉に納得していないようだな。
seems none of you are convinced with my reasoning, including the girl. It was as if he read my mind. If he's willing to listen, maybe I can give him my opinion. I mustered the strength to voice my thoughts. See, there's another example of you not saying anything and it's still saying you said something. Oh my stars. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There was no sympathy or admiration in his matter-of-fact voice yet. He didn't like my answer, though. Maybe that's it. I gotta pick all the bad answers so no one's interested in me. And then maybe he'll give me a second photo. Oh god, I don't think this one matters. I don't think it does anything. If we do either one, it just kind of goes on its own. Ask about betting. Dude. Go to the field, I guess. This, again, doesn't feel like it matters. Ankou.
そ
I see.
う、それが。
So that is your answer. He mumbled something. Began to laugh.
なんて滑稽な。
How foolish of me.
私としたことが、君への理解が及ばなかったようだ。
Of all people, it seems I still can't understand you.
どれだけ私が希望や可能性を与えても、
No matter how much hope or opportunity I give
君自
you,
身に生を渇望する強き意志がまるでない以上、
if you don't have a strong enough will to
些
live,
細な絶望によって、こうもたやすく無産し無駄に終わる。
then my efforts will be shriveled up by your petty despair, Ankou. Until now, he was mysterious and so strangely alluring, but now he had an eccentric, mad aura. The lycrases around me, there was no wind, yet they were trembling as if in fear of his insane laughter. He took a step forward. I instinctively took a step back. His cold and fearsome red eyes were fixed upon me as if they wouldn't let me go.
ねえ、姫君。
My dear
普通の
princess.
人間としての幸福を望まないというのはね。
Please, a CG. We're like, sorry. The fact that you do not seek happiness as a normal human
自ら死を望んでいるのと同義なのだよ。
is no different than wishing for death. He gave a warped
望まぬ
smile.
のなら、その魂を
If you
私に送れ。
refuse life so much, then please give me your soul. He embraced me with all his might. Before I could even think about struggling to escape, the hand he wrapped around me pressed something into my back. I shivered in fear of what he was going to do, and he gave me a gentle
醜
smile.
く傲慢な死にばかり溢れたこんな国など切り捨てて。
Never saw this CG before. That's right! That's why we're here! I got the CG by picking all the wrong answers in the prologue. I now offer you the way to escape this hideous, arrogant land filled with
共
death.
に冥界へと下り、
We will go to Hades
絶
together.
望せず、しかし希望も抱かない。
A place of neither hope nor despair.
死という幸福に身を委ねようじゃないか。
We can surrender ourselves to the embrace of happiness known as death. His kind, gentle whisper was the last I heard. I felt something pierce my back. In the field of licorice, it was I who wilted. Reddish black blood sprayed the flowers. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to hit the button. My bad. Or the wrong button. Interesting. All right, I think that's it. We did it. Maybe? Let's make sure. Let's make sure. 18 out of 18. All we had to do was pick all the wrong answers. Alrighty, so quick recap. Out of the stories, I like probably Sheen number 1 and Eaves number 2. And then you're gonna hate this one, but Adolphe number 3. Mathis number 4. Lucas number 5. I don't count Ankou because Ankou doesn't have a good ending. They didn't give him one. And Adolphe and Ankou are intertwined. So that's my overall rating of the stories. Because I can't like Eve's story because they end up dead at the very end. I would love Eve's story to be them having a happy life. I would have loved if they had just left the continent. But no, they both died in that one. The only one where she ends up happy is Adolphe and Sheen's. And that's why they're higher. Lucas's is terrible. I hated that ending. That was the worst ending. Mathis, at least he came back even if he doesn't remember her, and they have the prospect of living a life together. And then if they were to introduce characters you could date in the future, Hugo. Hugo could be on the list of someone they could like have a side story with, an adventure with. He deserved better. They really didn't give us a lot of characters to really fall in love with because Dahat, as adorable as he was evil, and I knew that right away. Dr. Capuchin had the evil eyes, knew it right away. They didn't really have very many additional characters that you could just adore. Mother, I love Mother. Mother's probably my favorite side character despite her being a murderer. Just Mommy. Mommy was the best. But yeah. I mean, overall, I really enjoyed the story they put together. This was a really good game, but some parts are just really long. And I feel like I have that same thought with almost every Atomi game. They take a little too long in parts. Like, once I understand the fundamentals, you don't have to explain the fundamentals every single time. Oh my goodness. I still like the game too. I still like it. There's just some parts dragged. And again, if I wasn't playing this on a stream, I would be skipping stuff. 6.5 is Asia's personal rating for this one. I would probably go a little higher. It'd probably be a 7.5 or an 8 for me. It was very good. I'm trying to think. I usually gauge characters on if they hurt my character. Adolphe verbally assaulted my character. Ankou straight up murdered her, and Ankou's my favorite, which hurts my feelings. Eaves never hurt her once. Sheen kind of hurt her, but like in different routes. In his actual route, he never hurt her. Mathis did hurt her, but he was against his will. Lucas also hurt her, but he was partially brainwashed. It's one of those things where like, oh, but he was a little bit brainwashed at the time. So it makes it harder to gauge them. But I did like it. I think the art for this was super good. Like, I love how they look. I do feel like in some of the CGs, though, they look like different people. Like, there's one face that Sheen makes that looks different than all the other faces Sheen makes in his actual, like, conversation parts. That's when he's got his chin a little bit up. He looks like a different person. Overall, though, gorgeous. Loved it. Had a great time. Love the art and the music. Yeah, the music in this was really nice. I kept leaving the main screen on. I like how it sounds. I thought there'd be more error, honestly. It made it sound like you were in a computer program sometimes, and yet it never came to fruition. I was waiting for them to be like, you're in a fake universe. It never happened. I know there is additional content that apparently just released in Japan for this too, because I've seen a couple of the pictures from that, which is why I was confused that Ankou didn't have a route, because there is a photo of her with Ankou in one of the pictures I saw, like them standing side by side, like, wow, like that. So I'm confused. But anyways, I'm gonna be late. Thank you so much for joining me today. I appreciate you hanging out with me. Thank you, Asia, for being here for like the entire video. I really appreciate that. I will be playing Winter's Wish next, so please be prepared. If you haven't watched it, you can watch me play it. If you have feedback during that time, let me know. And if you're watching this on YouTube, you can check out my newer stuff on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, you can see my older VODs on YouTube. Have a lovely day. Bye. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.